Be like the cup, empty your soul. It's just too cheesy. It's too cheesy, but you dress it up nicely, suddenly these cheap philosophical quotes that you can pick up on Instagram with the right presentation look like the most powerful thing on earth, and it's wrong.
Is there anything that's like comes to mind that you're like, these are the sort of teachings that I think people should really start to soak up and look at?
Confucius and Lao Tzu and Bruce Lee, they're all very extraordinary, and they're all pulled from traditional scriptures. The spiritual side of it, if you're gonna learn, you're gonna have to go deep. I lived in China for almost 5 years. I went to many of the biggest Kung Fu schools. I trained and lived at the Shaolin monastery. I performed all over the world with the Shaolin touring team. If you go to China, you'll see these young kids doing stance work, doing something in Chinese called Debunking. You will see those 10,000s of hours taking place. And it's quite challenging to watch, because any 10,000 hours is not easy.
You know, I'm picturing this one white kid by himself, rural China. Was there a part of you where you went, you know what, maybe I'm done here, like I'm in too deep? Welcome back to Mulligan Brothers, and today we have a really interesting, and some of you might find it slightly controversial episode with Matt Jane, aka the White Dragon. Now, Matt Jane is somebody who trained in China and, in my opinion, is a Shaolin expert. I mean, the feats of strength and the things that he can do are absolutely insane. And as you guys know, we've had many different Shaolin practitioners, Shaolin masters. We've had monks on here, and it's something that we share quite a lot. It was interesting to me to come across Matt Jane, who is in the world, regarded as one of the best Shaolin practitioners in the world, but had a difference of opinion around Shaolin masters and warrior monks and Shaolin monks. And I knew that I had to speak to him. You know, one of my dearest friends, Master Shang Yi, is in this world as well. You guys know we've obviously shared a ton of his content, but he's not the only person we've had on the channel. We've had loads of different Shaolin warriors and Shaolin monks, Shaolin masters, Shaolin influencers, and I'd not heard some of the stuff that Matt Jane was talking about. So that's why we dive into this episode. It is a long episode. We talk about Matt Jane's life, his experience going out to China, training under Shaolin coaches, some of the people that we consider Shaolin masters, and kind of peeling back some of the mystery that we have in the West about what happens in China. And I've committed after this episode, just so you guys are aware, that I will be going to China. I will be going to China to find out for myself as a Westerner what is really the culture around Shaolin, and where maybe in the West we are perceiving it wrong, if we are perceiving it wrong, and where in the West maybe there are some truths that we need to hear. Now, I'm not here to say what Matt says is true. This is his experience, and he's very, very open about it, which I was super grateful for. And to be honest, a lot of the stuff that he was saying really, really intrigued me because I had not heard it before. So I'm guessing you guys will be the exact same because a lot of you follow Shaolin. So this is really interesting to me. I think go into this conversation with an open mind. I'm not here to tell you it's true. I'm not here to tell you it's false. Go in with an open mind. And yeah, it's a really interesting one. As always, I want to say a massive thank you to Huel as well, who made this possible and who will also be making the China trip possible as well. If you want to support Huel, you can go down below. I really recommend their ready to drinks. This is what I've been drinking today. It has 20 grams of protein, 26 vitamins and minerals, and slow release carbs. And sometimes I'll even drink their black edition, which is actually my favorite of all. It tastes unbelievable. 35 grams of protein in that one. You can find out more down below, but I will talk about them a little bit later on in the video. Let's dive into this episode. This is a very interesting one. Usually how I started though is just asking yourself to introduce yourself, what you do. We'll go into a little bit of the backstory, like where you're from, but just like a general sort of introduction.
All right. White Dragon is my name, and I refer to myself just as a man on a journey of empowerment and self-discovery through the art of Kung Fu.
And yeah, the journey through Kung Fu, we're going to cover absolutely everything, but I think it's really interesting. We have a large American audience.
Okay.
Where did you grow up? How would you describe it?
Where did I grow up and how would I describe it? Interesting question. So I grew up here in the UK, moving around North London area. From Edmonton, Tottenham, quite a rough area. We moved out actually to Cheshunt, which is where we are right now, which is where this temple is located. And it was because of trouble in the neighborhood, fights happened, and my parents moved us out in order to give us a better life. However, at that time, there wasn't a lot of diversity in this area, being a little bit rural outside of London. I went to primary school, and of course, my parents is white. My mom is white. Both my parents are American, actually. Both my parents are from California. However, my dad is not present. So my stepdad is of Turkish background. So we took his name. So I became Matthew Ahmet. So going into school in a rural area, suddenly I was faced with something I'd never been faced with before, which was discrimination. You know, people hearing the name Ahmet straight away, that connected to Middle East and Islamic background, etc. I experienced some mishaps and some bullying, if you like, which didn't tick the boxes for me. And as I approached secondary school, I knew that going to school for another 7 years in an area where I just didn't feel I fit in wasn't good. So I decided to go to school in Camden, which is where my stepdad's first son, my stepbrother, my older stepbrother, he was going to school. So I was able to get into school with the sibling connection, even though we was at such a distance, which was key for me because I had access to the rural area, the safety, if you like, of being in an area where there was less gang culture. There was just less of everything, less muggings, less danger. And then I was in school in the city, in London, really diverse. You know, it wasn't just I was the only Turkish boy in school. There was Turks, Kurds, Greeks. Then it wasn't just black people. It was Jamaicans, Africans. It wasn't just Chinese people. There was all different ethnicities. So in my class, actually, I remember there was only a handful of white people, if you like. So it was very diverse, very multicultural, had a much better sense of being and placement and identity. And that's where I went to school. So from year 7 all the way through to year 11, which is when I left the UK. That is how I grew up. So I'd spend an hour to an hour and a half every morning traveling to school, and then whatever I would do after school, and then an hour and a half heading back home. And that was life. That was life.
You know, people are going to find out in this interview that you're an unbelievable, I don't know, how would you describe it? Kung Fu practitioner, teacher?
I am a teacher, but who am I? Well, yeah, I'm just a man who practices Kung Fu. That's how.
So, we'll talk about some of the incredible stuff you do because it's absolutely wild. But where did the influence start to come from? Like, at what point, did you say this is sort of a path for me? And do you remember the first piece of like media, book, whatever it was, that consumption of that, where that happened? Yeah,
definitely. I mean, growing up in the 90s with an older brother and a younger brother, play fighting was a thing, whether it was just in the front room, on the couch, the floor is lava, you're having a fight, you can't fall in the lava, those playful things. And then you would become characters, Spider-Man, etc., etc. And then I got introduced to Kung Fu, to Chinese martial arts. And it was actually through Bruce Lee, but not Bruce Lee as we know him. It was through Jason Scott Lee. So if you haven't seen it, make sure you go check it out. Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, a fascinating movie. And I remember a very interesting story about it. is the weekend. And, you know, back then we would rent videotapes. That's what you would do on a Friday night. You go to rent a videotape and you come home and you sit down with the family and you watch it. And of course you had just like nowadays, you know, you got the big spenders, the blockbusters, you know, where everything was a little more expensive. And then you had the local video shops, the local offer license where you could perhaps get 2 nights and it would be at a cheaper rate. So I remember we headed down to the video store, and it was my stepdad, my stepbrother, and me. And we're looking for a movie, and my stepdad says, hey, what's this? Let's check this out, Bruce Lee. And I'm like, Bruce Lee, you know, who's that? I have no idea who this character is. And he seemed quite interested in it. And my stepbrother named Jem, he asked Jem, and Jem said, yeah, sure. And obviously Jem he was my stepbrother, so he would only visit on the weekend. So it was kind of his choice what video we would be renting, you know. I wasn't too interested. Bruce, this flying kick, it looked kind of cool, but, you know, I didn't know anything about that side of martial arts, and I definitely didn't know who Bruce Lee was. And my stepdad said, you know, this is a really cool guy. Back when I was a kid, you know, there was movies coming out and we would make nunchucks, and I had no idea what was being said. I was just like, all right, whatever. Went home, and I remember a little bit of an argument kicked off because my mom, who comes from, and we'll go into detail later, you know, we come from domestic violence, and she's completely against anything violent. We had a Mega Drive, and, you know, we weren't allowed to play games like Mortal Kombat and whatnot. Too much blood, too much gore. So, you know, we rolled up with a Bruce Lee movie, and she was like, oh, no, we can't watch that. I must have been 5, 6 years old. And anyways, we ended up watching it, and it was the Bruce Lee story. So it wasn't one of Bruce Lee's movies, which can be a little bit violent. It was a story about his life, obviously the Hollywood version. So there's some details which I learned in the future, which probably didn't actually happen, but it was a fascinating movie. And that was the first time I was introduced to Kung Fu. And this character who became one of my biggest role models then, now, and I'm sure in the future, Li Shaolin, that's his name in Chinese, Bruce Lee, the dragon. And even that, the name, the martial arts style, the movement, the philosophy, it just pulled me in. I was just fascinated. And back then, you know, we didn't have social media and YouTube and access to an abundance of resource for inspiration. It was limited. It was limited to the radio, TV, books and things you would learn at school, and then obviously your older siblings who would do more cool things because they were older, right? So seeing this was just like, wow, you know, this opened me to a whole new world. I learned about Bruce Lee. I would sneakily start to ask my stepdad to get his movie so I could watch the real Bruce Lee, which I did. Got into Jackie Chan movies, you know, because, oh, who's this character? Another Chinese martial artist. Okay, let's rent this tape. And we started to rent all the movies, started to buy the movies. That's what I would want for birthdays and things like that on my shelf. I had all the VHS videotapes and started to see movies, which back then were just mind-blowing. You know, Drunken Master, The Young Master, Snake in the Eagle's Shadow. Just the creativity behind the stories of these movies, and then the movement, it was just all coming together. And it was, like I said earlier, it was just ticking all the right boxes. It was just inspiring me, motivating me, and it was doing everything that I needed at the time. And I believe it was during that period, especially with Jackie, that my mom really started to lighten to the idea of martial arts and fighting in that sense. Because when we talk about martial arts, that's what we think, fighting. And obviously for someone who doesn't like violence, fighting is definitely not something that she wanted to promote with me or push me towards. But she started to see the creative side of what martial arts was from a Western approach. Back then, someone who is a role model of mine, Mike Tyson, he was an evil character, you know, on the news, talking about, I'm gonna eat your children. And, you know, that was the sort of thing that my mom thought martial arts was. Whereas now bringing these videos of Jackie into the household, she could see a different side of it. It was comical, it was fun, it was creative, it was challenging, it had morals and principles, and she kind of slowly eased into the idea that I was interested in these things. that triggered my desire to want to learn. And that's what I would do. You know, I would use the play, pause method of slowing a videotape down, and you rewind, and you would watch movements from flicking up onto my feet to doing handstands to copying the drunken style. So now when me and my brothers would fight, we would be incorporating all of that into our, you know, playful time together, rolling around on the floor. The floor is lava, but suddenly, oh, I've got the drunken fist and I'm able to defeat you. It became a part of our daily kind of playtime, and I loved it. And that continued for my entire life. You know, that still continues in that sense. And that just continued. And through that process, obviously, of learning, developing, picking up on skills, we would also, with my great grandfather, who lived where did he live? The Barbican. He lived in the Barbican. Very cool guy. He understood that I love martial arts. So he started to want to help, you know, like any great grandfather does. So he would start to take me on these adventures. We would go across London, north, south, east, west, Chinatown. He would be finding, during the week, he would be finding all these leaflets and pamphlets and secret locations of martial arts that was happening around in and around London areas. And we would go on these crazy adventures in Covent Garden, going downstairs into these like old buildings where we'd find these martial art clubs, and he was doing his best to give me what he thought I wanted. And we were searching for something, and everything we found, even today, you know, years later, it's always the same story. Build confidence, learn self-defense, get fit. Man, you've spoken to me a little bit. The people out there who know me, I'm full of confidence and have always been full of confidence. That was not something I needed more of. Self-defense, I rarely got into fights. And when I did, I didn't really have a problem. So I wasn't looking for some self-defense techniques. And get fit, that wasn't even a question. You know, during my life, I don't remember actually asking myself, oh, I'm not fit, I'm not in shape. What does that mean? I'm eating bad food. I was just an athletic kid. You know, I didn't even question those things. So that wasn't ticking any of the boxes. You know, I wanted to do what Bruce and Jackie was doing. I wanted to be the drunken master, but instead we would go to class and it would be like block 1, block 2, and it was just tedious. It was boring. It just wasn't for me. It just was not for me. And this continued weekend out, searching, you know, trying different things, taekwondo, karate, Wing Chun. I did Wing Chun for quite a long time, which was Bruce Lee's style, and did very well in that, excelled in the class, you know, did all the gradings, always getting the trophy, was able to train with the elders, but it wasn't what I was looking for. It was heading there because I remember the Wing Chun class, we had a uniform very similar to actually this shirt. It had the Chinese buttons, which now I've taught myself how to make. A lot of the clothing I wear, I make myself. But back then, you know, I'd never seen Chinese buttons. So it was an interesting culture, just the clothing side of it. So I had a uniform and I felt like Bruce Lee, you know, I added to the dynamic there. I started to look the part. I was looking the part, but I still couldn't do what it was that they were doing in the movies. And then one weekend, you know, was it a turning point? One weekend, woke up and my mom was a reader of the Guardian newspaper, and she calls me down and she's super excited. Come downstairs, come check this out. And she opens up the Guardian newspaper and behold, a Shaolin monk. I remember exactly the image. It was, you can find it on YouTube now. It was a little boy doing a feat of something called Tongzigong, which is where the body is like contortion. It's folded in half. And it was just an extraordinary photo of him with his feet by his ears and his hands up by his chest and his face there, his bald head, of course, Shaolin monk style. And the first time Shaolin monks come to London, it was an article about these mystical men and the fact that they were coming to London to put on a show, telling their story. And my mum asked if I would like to go. And of course, anything to do with martial arts, anything to do with China at the time, it was like, of course, hell yeah, let's do this. So we got tickets at the Dominion Theatre in central London, Tottenham Court Road. And I remember going there. Man, it was probably I'm exaggerating, but you know, from what I remember, the queue was going right around the block. We were lined up for hours. And finally, when we got in, our seats weren't the best of the best. We had the seats that you could put the £1 in. You had the red binoculars, which of course I got a pair, and it was crazy. Each theatre show obviously is unique to itself, and this show starts with the curtains open with a ginormous Buddha, which again I'd never seen in real life. It was only something I'd learned about in RE at school. Different religions and cultures, and they had huge incense just burning, and they had some bird music playing, music taken from, or sound, ambient sound taken from the Shaolin monastery in China. So they had really put a lot into this show, and I remember it began with some chanting, which I learned then and still use today. Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo. And what happens was, through the seating area, the monks started to emerge. So they created this very powerful atmosphere, and it went dead silent. And these men of peace just kind of walked onto stage with their incense and placed the incense into the incense pot. And maybe not for everyone, but for me, it was just like, wow, I had never really felt spiritual presence like that before. It was something that was new. It was a new feeling. It was a sense of calm. And I was fully engaged, for a young kid in the 90s who never sat still, constantly playing. Suddenly I was just glued to my chair, watching away, thinking, wow, this is cool. Not fully understanding what was going on just yet, but I just felt something, these bright orange robes, and they took to the stage, and then the narration starts. And I know the narration, and it will come to light later on, but I know the narration off by heart. And I'll say it, why not? For thousands of years in the remote province of Hunan, China, a very special group of Zen Buddhist monks have risen each day to pray and meditate. They believe that life is a circle, and that they will each return in another life. Throughout their history, these men of peace have been devastated by war, invasion, and the destruction of their sacred temple. In response, they have developed a unique form of self-defense based on the observation of animal movements and their spiritual belief. They called it Kung Fu. They are the Shaolin monks. Bang! They would flick up onto their feet. And again, that whole line, that's what Kung Fu is. So if you're watching this for the first time, if you don't know anything about me and you don't know about Kung Fu, that sets up what Kung Fu is. And that's, for me, what set me up. Because before that, it was Bruce Lee. He did Kung Fu. Jackie Chan did Kung Fu, Chinese Kung Fu, da-di-da-di-da. But I had no idea where did it come from? Why is it here? Why are these action stars able to do this stuff? Now I knew of this small temple in the mountains of Songshan in Henan province called Shaolin. And the show continued, and we'll talk more probably as I get into it about what I saw. But this was the first time, from seeing movies and storytell to now seeing in real life with my own eyes, people on stage, the Shaolin monks, doing what I had seen in the movies. So things that we didn't know too much about CGI back then, because it wasn't really a thing. So these were just stunts. They weren't real. They were stunt doubles, etc., etc., etc. But now this was no stunt double. This was no CGI. This was live on stage. I'm talking about people flying through the air with acrobatics that I'd never seen. People doing handstands on their fingertips, breaking iron bars on their head, weaponry, swords, chains, bullwhips, sticks. It was like a kid going wild in a candy store. It was just non-stop. It was like, wow. It blew me away. It blew me away. And I remember from that moment, that was it. So obviously I liked Kung Fu, and I would copy Jackie. But did I want to be Jackie? No. Did I want to be Bruce? Sometimes, yeah, when we would play fighting, I was Bruce Lee. But I didn't even have the idea of what I wanted to be. That wasn't even something. If you asked me, well, what do you want to be when you're older? I wouldn't have said Bruce Lee. I would have said, I don't know, maybe I would have wanted to be a singer back then or something along those lines. But once I saw this theater show, that was it. I knew that I was destined to be a warrior monk of the Shaolin monastery. That was the dream. I was 11 years old. That was the moment where everything fell into place. The color of the clothing, the look of the people, the haircut, the movements, everything. It was just like, that is what I want. And I knew from that point that I needed to fulfill that dream. I needed to. I was always told we should have a dream. You know, what's your dream? You should have a dream. That was my dream. So now I knew, because sometimes we don't know what our dream is. And I held on to it. A lot of people, they want to be football players, they want to be musicians, etc., etc. And what happens over our childhood, for several reasons, maybe we don't make it and it fades, or maybe we just grow out of it. But I did not grow out of this. I continued with my training, looking for places I could train, finding DVDs and videos. Then I was introduced to Jet Li, another huge star who wasn't so big in the West when I was a kid. He became, when I was an older teenager, he started to get some fame as the movies like The One came out and things like that. But before that, I didn't know of him. But his biggest movie that made him in China is called The Shaolin Temple. So there was a movie called Shaolin Temple. So suddenly I started to, my VHS collection started to get bigger and bigger. And I had the Jet Li movies. I had the 36 Chambers of Shaolin, Gordon Liu. I had all the Kung Fu movies, and I started to really understand these techniques. I would watch, those were my masters. I would watch those movies and study the movements, teaching myself weapons. I would hand make weapons. I would look at the techniques from candle punching to running up mountains and crawling down. I would look at all of this and copy it. I wanted to be a Shaolin monk. That was the dream. Held on to it. We can definitely come back to my childhood, because there's a lot going on, right? From 11 to 16, there's a huge amount going on. But I feel in this moment, we could jump forward a little bit and we can come back if there's any questions about my upbringing and some interesting topics to do with studying Kung Fu in London. But fast forward, I held on to the dream. And when I was 16, I decided to leave school. And back then you had the opportunity to take a gap year, something that I know doesn't exist anymore until you're 18. But for me, it was when you were 16, the gap between year 11 and A-levels. You was able to take a gap year and come back to education. So education was not, no, that's wrong. I was about to say education is not for me, but education by all means is for me and for everyone. Lifelong learning is what it's all about. The structure in which I was being educated was not for me. So the school system was, as it does many people, and I understand why, because it's a challenging thing to have to deal with the whole of society, and it's not going to be one size fits all. School definitely didn't fit me. I did fantastic at school. My mom, who took herself from being a professional ballet dancer all the way through her education, becoming one of the youngest female professors in the UK, to now being a chair on UNESCO. She was deeply involved in education and academic learning. And I didn't struggle with school in terms of the learning side of things. What I struggled with was the enjoyment. School wasn't enjoyable. I didn't feel challenged in the right ways. I didn't like the environment, the way I was being taught, the structure of classrooms, the structure of school generally. It wasn't working for me. And one of the biggest parts that wasn't working for me was the age and level system. Lower school, year 9, upper school, year 10 and 11 GCSEs, and the constant promise, which I felt was a lie. That's how I felt. I was being lied to. It's going to get better. It's going to get more interesting. You're going to move up to upper school, and you get to pick some subjects, and you'll be more independent. This constant promise that school was going to be something that I could develop in and could use to write my future. I couldn't see it. I could not see it, and it was getting more and more frustrating, especially as I was developing as a teenager and I was finding more interest in what I loved, outside of kung fu, basketball, magic, drawing, dance, and all of these arts require time, and I didn't have enough time. I wasn't able to commit to what I wanted to do, what I loved. I was finding love and I couldn't love it because I wasn't able to give my heart to it. And that's how I presented it to my mom. So it was never, I don't like school, I want to leave school. I was telling my mom, with a little bit of manipulation, that this was killing my soul. That's how I put it to her. I was like, Mom, this is killing my soul. You love me, you say you love me, but I want you to know that the life I'm living is killing me. I'm not enjoying it. Like, surely you can understand that. And that's powerful enough for you to realize that this is not for me. I understand the values and the education is important, but from the lessons I've learned in school and from yourself, I want you to realize that this is making my life painful. I'm not enjoying life. I'm not waking up excited. I'm not waking up thinking, yes. I'm waking up thinking, no. And that's not a good thing. That's not healthy. And she heard that, so it took some time to persuade her, not that school wasn't the way, but was there another way? Was there another way? And at the time, to any parents out there, life is challenging, and I'm a parent now, and yeah, like, I can't imagine someone like me asking those questions, asking my mom, telling my mom that this is not the way for me, what is the other way, and her not having any other ways except for finish school and then continue afterwards. And that seemed like a lifetime away. And I didn't know if I could survive. Not in terms of being suicidal or anything like that. It was never that deep in that sense, but the mindset to want to strive for greatness was fading. The enjoyment of life was fading, and the idea of GCSEs, 2 years of A levels, minimum 4 years of uni, and then with the option for more, I was like, wow, that's my options. I said, that just cannot be the case. And I was a strong basketball player, and with both sides of my family in California, one of my options was to go to school in America and hope for a scholarship and then maybe have a path in the NBA playing basketball. That was one of my goals, one of my dreams. And I spent some time in California with my grandparents, which would be where I would need to live if I did take that option. And it just didn't work out. Living with, I love my grandparents, but living with older people, them not really, coming from there, and they're very artistic, up-to-date people, hippies, if you like, from their generation, but they just couldn't connect with me. Music, creativity, it wasn't the bond which was required for me to grow. So I didn't feel that was a path. So I went for, I'm about to say chance, but I'm a strong believer on choice, not chance. But I suppose it was a choice to take a chance. And I said, look, Mom, I want to do Kung Fu. And she was a professional ballet dancer from a young age. And that's how she ended up in UK, being picked up by the Royal Ballet School. She understood the passion I had for performing and creative movement and art. And, we would have conversations about that and, how she outgrew that and went into education. And I was like, but Mum, I'm not even having the opportunity to grow in those areas because of the time restrictions. And then it's going to be too late. All I could hear is that you're telling me that when I'm older, I could do more of this, but you're older and you can't do ballet because you've outgrown it and it's not something you do. And I didn't want that to happen to me with all the things I loved. So Kung Fu and this idea of becoming a Shaolin warrior monk was now the new driving force. I said, let me use this gap year and go to China and just see life from a different perspective. That I need that. I need something. And she agreed. She agreed, and that is how my journey took place. And man, talk about flipping the switch, from Monday being in school with teachers I felt didn't really want to be there, fellow students who were flunking school, bunking, smoking weed, etc., etc., etc. It just didn't seem to be about learning. To the next couple days, boom, in a monastery, training every day, waking up at ridiculous hours like 5 a.m. I'd never woken up at 5 a.m. Waking up at 5 a.m., running mountains, cooling down on my hands and knees, doing headstands on concrete for hours and hours on end. It seems like hell. But I'm sure you can already see that I'm smiling because that brought me joy. That realization of a dream was exactly what I needed, and I do not believe in soft and hard, easy and difficult. That's all perspective, opinion. So it was not hard. For me, it was like heaven on earth. I was living the dream. It was literally every day was a scene out of a Jackie Chan movie. That's what I felt like, if I could put it into words. So yeah, now you're smiling. So exactly, because you can see what I'm talking about. So for me, it was like, yes, this is living. I'm on the train every day, jam-packed peak time, sitting in a classroom, and we're talking about the early 2000s. It was very limited, basic classroom, couple windows, wooden desks and chairs, no creativity, to now living in the mountains. It was just, it was beyond my wildest imagination. It was only something I'd seen in movies and had built in my mind based on the Wheel of Life show. But now it was the real deal. This was it. And that became my life. I said I did great in school. I did. A's and B's. I failed one subject. Which one? French, language. So if anyone asked you, how is this student doing? Would you have any suggestions for him moving on with education? Guarantee you they would say, yeah, language. Yeah, he's not one for language. Boom. 3 months, no less. 3 months, easy peasy. Chinese was just in my system. Basic talking, expressing myself, asking for food. I need some tea. I need this. I need that. What's this? What's happening? The days of the week, etc. Everything just fell into place. After 6 months of living there, I don't even remember having any issues with communication. After like a year, that was it. I was just there living. If you are, can you speak Chinese? Well, of course I can. I'm here. It wasn't something that I learned. It was something that I picked up from being there, which again, with my methods of now teaching, both as a teacher who helps the community, a teacher who works with my son, a teacher who works with other people, friends and family members. Those are my methods. Experience, if possible, because it's not always accessible. Experience is the way to go. You cannot learn from a book how to speak Chinese. It's not going to happen. Just like children, we all speak, but we don't start with the book, right? We start just with our families, mingling, talking to each other, community, fun times, bad times, celebrations, meeting people. And that, for me, hands-on learning is what I needed. Perhaps I'm wrong there and I don't want to take the statement. You can learn from a book, but if you have the option to learn firsthand, I would always select that method of learning. So language just fell right into place.
Do you remember the first thing the first phrases that you learned? Because that's quite telling for somebody.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna have to hit pause for a moment and bring it back just a little bit, just ever so slightly, because these are some important details and the story goes deeper backwards. But let's start from my first phrase. So planning to go to China back then, and for any of the younger viewers out there, some history lessons for you. How on earth would we expect to travel? Well, we go to, man, it's been so long, I've forgotten the name of the store itself. Big bookstore in central London. Oh, geez. Any bookstore names you got?
Waterstones, W.H. Smith?
No, bigger than W.H. Smith. Like the whole store is for books. What was it called? Anyways, the name of the store is not important, but you would go to the bookstore and you would buy yourself, and this, I remember the brand, the Lonely Planet books. So the Lonely Planet books were like books that you could buy, information, geography, and language. So I got the little handbook on Mandarin, of course, because I'm going to go to China. The first thing my mom was worried about is communication. All right, boom, you get the handbook. That's how you learn. So I got my handbook and I'm learning, very challenging. Ni hao ma, and then ma. There's different tone marks. And, obviously from what I've said, I don't learn great from books, but I had the book and ni hao ma, which translates to how are you, or hello, how are you? It was the first phrase. Came in very handy. So I had this book in London, and we can, if you have questions about this, we can go deeper, because these are the interesting parts of my story, which maybe some people don't know. And it might be interesting, both because it's interesting as a story, but perhaps it can also help inspire and motivate people as well. So at the time of getting ready to go to China, I was considered a minor, under 18 years old. So you cannot just get a typical tourist visa to enter into another country. So that whole process was a little bit complicated. With that, I needed an invitation letter. I needed an invitation letter from where I was going to invite me to come so I could apply for a visa. Of course, by this point in the story, and we skipped out a chunk, but we can come back to that, I was studying with a master, a Kung Fu master, a Shaolin monk. And we'll learn about why I'm smiling maybe later on. But his name is Shi Henglong, a Shaolin monk from the Shaolin monastery, supposedly. And he was my teacher. Spoke broken English. English was not bad, but broken English. And we needed his support, of course, because he's from the Shaolin monastery. He will be the person to get me this letter. Why would it be such a challenge? He is a Shaolin master monk from the temple. He couldn't get the letter. It was just, time after time, and I would call him, Shifu, I need a letter. And he started to play on it. You my English are not good. English no good. We would go to his house, ask for the letter. My mom would give, all our details. Back then, there's no emails and things like that. Very tricky process. And man, this guy was just flaky. No letter coming through. And my mom is a very cool lady, very sweet. Perhaps you'll meet her in the future. She's a very interesting character with lots to tell. And she was like, oh, sweetie, I think we're going to have to call it off. We need to try and refund the flight. Maybe you can go another time. And I was like, oh no, hell no, like no way. Like the first hurdle before, like you go into China, there's this hurdle of I can't get a visa. This is ridiculous. And I didn't understand too much about the process of applying for a visa. I remember thinking, visa, what, like Visa card? Like I didn't even know what this word meant, what it represented. To be honest, I still don't really know what these silly paperworks that we get in our passport are all about, because it's just tedious, but you need a visa. And she's talking about canceling my flight. And I said, no. I said, this can't be it. This can't be the fate that I've been handed. So I said, look, let me give it one more shot. And this is a true story. I've told it many times. So wherever you've heard it before, it's the same story. I jumped on my bike with my Lonely Planet book. And I said I grew up in Cheshunt. That again is the area. It's a lie. It's a place called Turnford. After Cheshunt, it goes Turnford, just 5 minutes from this temple. That's where we lived. And then the next little area is called Wormley. And it's still there. There was a Chinese restaurant, but this is daytime. There's a Chinese takeaway. So I've rode my bike more so down the street. It's only about a mile and a half. So it's about a 10-minute cycle. And I'm racing there, boom. Get there, and I got my Lonely Planet book. Ni hao ma. So the letterbox is on the ground there. I'm on my knees. Ni hao, just hoping for someone to come down. This tired looking dude comes down. Of course, the restaurants are open till late. They sleep during the day. He's come down, like yawning and whatnot, opens the door, and I'm like, I need your help. And he's just looking at me like, what? We close. Yeah, we close. I'm like, no. Me, go China. Yeah, you help me. letter, I need letter. And he's like, imagine someone rolling up on you and you're just thinking, what? So I could see he had no idea what I was talking about. I'm explaining everything to him. I've written it down. I've given him the contact telephone number, etc. All of this stuff that we need. My stepdad, and I lived in Turnford. My stepdad worked as a maintenance man in the local college. Yeah, Hertford Regional College is still there. And he knew the security. And that man, I don't know about you, who has a fax machine at home, bro? No one has a fax machine. So that's the only way you can get this sort of stuff. So I gave him the fax number of the Hertford Regional College. He took it, and at this point in time, I don't remember the specific times, but China's 8 hours ahead. He said something like, my friend's sleeping later. So I was like, okay, cool. So I left it with him. And then, throughout the day, that's all that's on my mind. 6 p.m., 7, 8, 9 p.m., I start calling the restaurant. Did you call? This is the little boy. Did you call? Did you call China? And you want rice? And now it's someone, they're just trying to take food orders. I'm thinking, geez, this ain't going too well. Calling. I remember it got to 12:30. They keep answering, but no one's really responding to me. They're just hanging up. They just want to do their business, which is rightfully so. Gets to about 1 a.m. Boom, no answer, nothing, it's gone. Again, I wanted to ride there. It's late at night. My parents not going to let me go out at that time at night. She said, it's okay, sweetie. We'll see what happens in the morning. Tomorrow's another day. That's how my mom is. And I was like, geez, laid there. Finally must have drifted off. Woke up in the morning. Woke up my stepdad, say, boom, come on, let's go to the college. It must have been about 6:37. Obviously, the college doesn't open like schools until 8:39, but he knew the security guard, got the security guard to open up the reception area, and boom, 6 letters, 3 in Chinese, 3 in English on the fax machine. Bam, straight to the visa application center, paid for the next same day service, got my visa, literally 2 days later, boom, flew to Shanghai. So that was my first phrase, yeah, Ni Hao Ma from the Lonely Planet book. And it was with that I used that to get myself my visa to actually get to China. So without struggle, there is no progress. So quite often people will say, luck to me is the last dying wish of those who want to believe it can happen by accident. And that's what people will say, oh, you're lucky, you got to go to China. It's not like that for all of us. Well, it wasn't so easy for me. I could have given up in that moment. It could have not worked out, but I did everything I could within my power to make sure that I was able to fulfill my dream, and it wasn't easy. It wasn't hard, but there was definitely struggle. And that's why I love that phrase that without struggle, there is no progress. So you have to remember it is not going to be so simple. And if it was, everyone would be doing it, which is, I mentioned to you, which now, 20 odd years later, it's a lot easier to get out to China, which is why there's so many people on Instagram doing it. Does it mean they're like me? To some extent. Do they have the same experience to me? No. So there's differences there, like Dr. Dre, what's the difference? Yeah, there's a lot of difference between my story and other people's story, purely just to do with the time, being from the early 2000s, a lot has changed, a lot has changed. But yeah, I found myself in China, and that was it. That was one of my first phrases, Ni Hao Ma. Second phrase. So this one again, I like storytell, and I like having the opportunity to share some of the more interesting things outside of being a Shaolin warrior or whatever anyone's going to label me. So the second phrase, let's go with Shizao. Shizao is shower. So, and this is quite an interesting area for me, maybe not for everyone, but for me as a young kid from London moving to rural China. Notice the magic of the story, waking up at 5 a.m, running mountains. This would go on all the way until sunset. So you're talking about 8-10 hours a day. Most I'd ever physically trained in my life. Not because I couldn't have trained that. Not because I couldn't have physically been able to do that. I just never had that time. When did you have time just to play out all day? You just couldn't. It just wasn't accessible. So we would train all day. We had limited water and there was no showers. So, man, the way I grew up anyways, I would be made to shower daily. So from showering daily to suddenly not having access to showers, but training for 8 to 10 hours. And again, you might be here and it might be hard for you to imagine. We weren't training on mats with shelter and a nice clean studio space. We were training on concrete, dirt, mountains. We were filthy. And we were living in rooms, about 30 people per room, little bunk bed, which was about maybe 60 centimeters worth of a plank of wood with your covers, your duvet and your pillow. Under the front of the bed, you'd have a bucket with a plastic mug for brushing your teeth and drinking water. The bucket you would use to wash your clothes and wash your feet. No showers. I say I picked up the language quick, 3 months. So yeah, in the first few weeks, I couldn't speak. So shiza was something I was asking for, you know, shiza, because I was getting dirty, smelly, and I needed to freshen up. You know, the training was intense and it was challenging to not have access to that. So a few weeks in, another phrase, but shiza is the one. A few weeks in, yeah, not a few days, a few weeks in. And another word, 集合, which means register. When you hear that, you hustle. And there's discipline in China. So if you're late for register or something, you're getting beaten, yeah, intensely. So you hear 集合, then you're running to go line up. Boom, everyone's lined up and you don't know what's going on until, you know, the coach starts talking to you and saying what's going on. 集合, we all line up and then boom, she's out, everyone starts to, I'm hearing, she's out, yes, shower. Everyone's grabbing their bits and pieces. I'm thinking, cool, finally, you know, shower, she's out. Boom, just like a training session. So a general training session, you would line up and boom, you would register, 报数1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. You do your little line. 向左转, turn to left, boom, boom, 跑步左, and you start running. You're running circles around a training ground, you're running up a mountain. So everyone's talking about 洗澡, and then boom, turn to left, boom, 齐步走, march in, and we start walking. I'm thinking, what are we doing? Boom, we march to the city. We get to the city, and boom, we go into this big building. We go upstairs, and there's the whole class. There must be about 50 of us. We go in, and I'm in a room, and the room is four beds with 4 people, 3 of my classmates, and everyone just boom gets butt naked. And growing up in the UK, that was not the thing to do. So I've got my boxers on and I'm kind of sitting on the bed, just like asking questions, and they're giggling. You know, for them it's shiza, it's time to enjoy themselves, and they're about to shower, and I'm a little bit disturbed and not knowing what's going on. And then they're like, Zola, which means like, let's go. We go out the door, so it's almost like a hotel. You go out, and it's just a long corridor, and the far side is a double door. And like, Zola, they're butt naked. Do you know what I mean? I'm kind of there, even in my boxes, a little bit embarrassed, if you like. We walk, and then bam, we go through these doors, and just, wow. Bigger than, at least 4 times the size of this room, just a huge shower house with like 100 Chinese dudes, just everyone butt naked. And if you've been to China as a Westerner, you will know that everywhere you go, even nowadays, even in modern Beijing, you guys like, oh, Lao Wei, everyone wants to talk to you, say hello. Sometimes people even want to take photos with you. So you can imagine being in rural China where no one's ever seen a foreigner, to suddenly there's a half naked foreigner just in the shower house. And man, it was one heck of an experience trying to clean myself. Next minute, a dude was pulling me. I was thinking, whoa, I was getting ready to fight. Pulled me to a bed, laid me down, start scrubbing me. I was like, this is crazy. My language was limited. Do you know what I mean? It was limited, but he's scrubbing me crazy. Because if I tell my homeboys this, they're like, nah, bro, you can't have no one scrubbing you. So he's rubbing me, and I'm talking about like 3 weeks worth of build-up. Man, I'm laying there on this kind of massage bed being scrubbed, and just flakes of just dirt that I've never seen. So, and I was kind of not enjoying it, but I was like, gee, I needed the clean. I'd never been scrubbed in my life, apart from maybe when I was a baby. Do you know what I mean? You're being scrubbed by your parents. But that personal space I don't know if it's right or wrong, but growing up in the UK, I had a lot of personal space. You know, I never showered with others. It was always me in the bathroom on my own. So experiencing that was crazy. Something that again, like culture shock. I spoke to you a lot about East and West and difference between the two cultures, not just with martial arts perception, but lifestyle. So it's kind of more acceptable, and I've found ways to deal with my embarrassment, and I'm happy to shower like that in China. Doesn't mean that me and you next minute gonna say, hey, there's a spot in London, let's go after this interview and shower together. So like there's two different dynamics to the way in which you live in the East and the West in that sense. And yeah, group showers became something of the norm. You know, that's how we would shower, and it was not sexual or anything like that. It was just merely, you know, we're training real hard, it's time to shower, go to the shower house. It was normal. It was a shock for me. It was a culture shock, but for everyone there, my peers, it was just a normal part of life, and I learned to accept it. But yeah, that was the second phrase.
If you lead a busy life like me and millions of other people around the world, you might be struggling to get your nutrition in. That's where this stuff comes in, absolutely clutch. If health was easy, everyone would be doing it. But she'll make it that easy. You scoop, you shake, and you go, and you get 26 vitamins and minerals, and every single ingredient inside this and all of Hugh's other products has been expertly tested by their team to make sure you're getting exactly what you need. And if I'm really in a pinch for time, I'll grab their ready to drink, which has 35 grams of protein, 26 vitamins and minerals, and tastes delicious. Don't just take my word for it though. People like Idris Elba, Diver CEO Stephen Bartlett, and hardest geezer who ran the entire length of Africa use this as part of their daily routine. So if you want to find out more, go to the link down below. You can get exclusive offers, like if you sign up to their subscription service, you get 10% off all future orders, and if it's your first time ordering, you get a free shaker and t-shirt. It's also now available in major retailers in the UK and the US. What are you waiting for? Go get it.
What was the, you know, because I feel like as you're telling the story, it sounds like you were quite well adjusted instantly. But you know, I'm picturing this one white kid by himself, rural China, you know, into the thick of it with this this trainer and these masters. Like, was it not scary? Like, was there a part of you where you went, you know what, maybe I'm done here, like I'm in too deep?
There was one part. The only part was the discipline. So, or not the discipline, but being disciplined. So the beatings were very extreme. And I experienced beatings. I was older, you know, I was 16 years old, and just by default, I was this, you say this little white kid, but there I was this big white kid. In rural China, in particular, during that time, things have changed and Shaolin has become much more developed. But during that time, some of my peers, 15, 16 years old, they look more like 12, 13 years old. So there was a big difference in appearance as well. And some of the beatings were horrendous, you know, quite shocking. And that put me off. Not the training and the lifestyle. I kind of accepted that. I accepted it, and I accepted the punishments as well, you know, because it was just part of life. It was not my position to say, oh, we shouldn't shower together, or oh, we shouldn't be beaten upon like this. I was there experiencing it, you know, and it was quite painful.
Do you remember the first thing you did wrong, or seeing the first time?
For me, it was just like, in the beginning, I got hit a lot on the back of the legs, sometimes to the extent where it would bleed, but it wasn't anything that really knocked me. But it was more just because I was slow, you know, I didn't understand what was going on. So if we needed to meet there, maybe I misunderstood and I would come late and I would be beaten. But that wasn't a huge issue for me. It was more about seeing others being beaten, because perhaps as a foreigner, they weren't giving me the lethal side of what they were doing to the others. And some kids were it was terrible.
Does anything stand out? Like a specific
You want me
situation?
to be specific?
Yeah, was there a specific one?
There was too many, but I mean, sticks. So there's like, I mean, if you see me do performances, and there are sticks that break on your body, and they're designed to break. You still need to take the impact. If I hit you, as a grown man, it would still leave a bruise, and it's pretty painful. But then there's other sticks, which I can show you later on as well, which you'll see me perform with, which are wushu sticks, and they're like waxwood. They're not designed to break. You're smashing them against the ground and spinning real fast. They don't break so easy. I saw sticks like that being broke on people, and not with one strike. They will not break. Those sticks will not break. I'm talking about being beaten to the point where you can't walk, where you're bruised, your ribs are bruised, your back is bruised. You know, I saw students who wouldn't be able to train for the next few days to a week because of the beatings that they were receiving. And it was quite sad. You know, it was sad and painful. I don't know if, you know, anyone out there has seen that sort of thing, but you're powerless. You're powerless to interfere, and you're powerless to help. You know, to help the individual. You're just kind of, like I said, you're experiencing it. And that was something I had to accept. Actually, two things on abuse. That was with people. The second one was with animals. So I remember like where I was, there was a few dogs. And I remember for the first time, just like if you rolled up here, it's the same. You pick up a stick, and like I remember a dog came over, I picked up the stick, gone like the wind. You know, because the dogs in rural China during that time, again, I don't want anyone to take it out of context. China still is a developing country, and you know, the bigger cities like Beijing have surpassed London. You know, they're very futuristic. But back when I was living there in 2005 and in rural China, different place. You know, it might not even exist anymore. Maybe it only exists in my mind, but it was very real for me. The dogs were scared. I would see dogs being beaten as well. Like, and it was, see, this is some of the interesting topics that these are some of the interesting topics that I know need to be spoken about, especially to do with and surrounding Shaolin, its teachings and its methods. The coaches themselves are also a result of abusive behavior, and lack of opportunities. You know, a lot of these individuals, and in the city of Dongfeng and Shaolin, there's over 100,000 Kung Fu students. It's extremely competitive. So when you're talking about the Wheel of Life and 20 people on stage, the opportunities to make it onto the big stage are not happening for everyone. So most of the people reach 18, no education, all they've done is Kung Fu. They just leave and go back home, become farmers, go back into their family businesses. Some of them become coaches, and it's not very well paid, and you're living with the students. So the same hard living standards, which still exist. I was just in China last month with a group of students from here, and we was visiting some of the old places that I would train, and we saw firsthand, you know, still 30 beds, a coach living in one, all wooden beds, no heating, no aircon, no running water, very, very challenging living environments. So the people who become coaches are also a product of abuse and difficult upbringing. And they take it out on animals. So like dogs would I saw dogs just being beaten. There was one dog that was pregnant, just died, just literally being kicked, and it just would lay down on the floor. And it was very hard and sad to see, because I wasn't in a position, I had never dealt with animals like that before, but to see something die slowly, you know, so it wasn't like, oh, this thing is dead and it's gone. It was a real animal, a real being, and it was just slowly dying over the course of a few days. And that was a little bit challenging to deal with as well, because it was something that growing up in the West, and dogs, a man's best friend, and that whole principle just wasn't happening at that time in China. And that was also quite painful. Yeah, but those are the things that made me question life. Yeah, those were the things that, so you see, someone might find that interesting and not fully understand, but those are the things that helped change my life. Because one of the issues I had as a young man was with all I knew was what I knew. So growing up in Camden, seeing knife crime, I had friends who had been stabbed and whatnot. That's what I knew. The hardship of you know, and I can put the roadman accent, you get me, fam, like life is tough, and that, like that whole mentality was life. And that was also, I didn't touch on it earlier, but that was also something I mentioned to my mom, that a lot of my peers were getting up to no good, and I couldn't see a positive environment for me to grow either. Okay, so something I realized when I was in China, all these gangsters running water, PlayStation in their room, soft mattresses, their own shower, washing machines. I was in rural China. I told you I'm going to train in a monastery. Ooh, inner peace, everything's so great. It's no. There was a lot more to it than just learning Kung Fu. The whole lifestyle. You know, I had never washed any clothing by hand. I had barely washed clothes. You know, I would put my laundry in the machine, and most of the time my mom would do it at that age. So now I'm washing clothes by hand, not having water for showers. Like, this was crazy. But this was giving me answers to things that I needed. You know, I needed to realize and see these things again firsthand to understand that the apparent ghetto hard life in UK and the police are against me and was actually quite substantial and meaningful, and it helped me value a Western approach. I won't call it not even Western. Let's take that back. Not even a Western approach, a modern approach. Because I don't like using Western with that concept as if the West is better or the West is more developed. Because now you go to China and places like Beijing, Shanghai, man, they're way in front, you know, and they're East, you know. So it's a modern lifestyle. The modern lifestyle offers you so much just through the process of living. You know, having access to clean running water, hot water, heating, those simple things that sometimes we overlook and take for advantage. I was learning about life without those things. So that was challenging. That trust me, there was times where not having showers and being abused, that I would question being there. But it wasn't about the training or the decision to practice Kung Fu. It was more about rural China.
The growing up with the stereotypes, you know, what you'd seen on TV, the DVDs, everything that you'd learned prior to going, specifically to the masters, did it live up to that? Was it different? Like, what was the things that really stood out as different to what you thought it would be?
Good question. Nice. I want to touch on something there. You said like the masters. So that was the first thing. There was no masters, which was not just intriguing for me, but kind of really related to me as well for a few reasons. So that is a westernized thing. Everywhere you go, you join a club, sensei, shifu, master, they're self-proclaimed titles, which have been pulled out from nowhere. You know, these very same people, and there's a lot of them out there, I guarantee you, wherever their home country is, when they go home, no one refers to them as master. Okay, so there was none of that, which was very interesting and really helped my personal development with learning and my connection with learning with other people, because now there was no hierarchy. There was a hierarchy with the coaches, but perhaps with someone with experience with basketball, you know the difference between like a coach who's there as a drill master, whereas a master is someone you would just bow to and he was your spiritual goddess, God, and whatever he said was right. That's wrong, you know. And so that was taken away from me, because that was one of the things I had in the UK. I mentioned earlier my master, who couldn't even help me get the invitation letter. You know, that's where the questions in my mind, like, what kind of master is this? Like, he's the best. That's how it was advertised, you know, the best Shaolin warrior monk from the Shaolin temple. And there was issues there already for me. So going out there, I never used the word in Chinese. The word is shifu. I never used that word once for almost the entire time I was in China. There's only one person that I call shifu, and that is the abbot of the Shaolin temple. And that's purely out of respect. It's like your majesty. You know, you don't roll up on the queen and just say, hey, Elizabeth. Like, it doesn't quite work like that. You know, there's respect as well. And there's respect within the Shaolin monastery, and the abbot, who is the highest ranking monk, he's the overseer of the temple. Even if you met him, you could call him abbot, which is in Chinese fanzhang, but it's quite extraordinary just to say that. You would say shifu. And he's not your shifu, but you would just say shifu out of respect. Everyone else was several words. There's Lao Shi, which means teacher. There's Shaolin, which is the main one. So the people giving out the beatings and helping me to train, they're called Shaolin, which just means coach. And it makes sense. In basketball, you have a coach and they coach you. So in Kung Fu, you have a coach and they coach you. What other phrases? Then there was Ge. So I got introduced to this idea, and I've called you several times today, brother. It's the same culture in China. You have the word Ge. And that became very common. So for example, my name is Bai Long, White Dragon. You would take one of those, there's two characters there, Bai and Long. You would take one, Long, and then you would call me Ge, Long Ge. So if someone was calling us Ge, well, who are they talking to? So they say Long Ge, and then you could be Ji Ge, right? And that's how it would work. So we were brothers. We were brothers to each other, and sometimes Shaolin, sometimes Lao Shi. Lao Shi was more respectful. So if an elder individual came, per se, to give some additional training, we would call them out of respect Lao Shi. But we didn't have this word Shifu, which I loved because I didn't really feel comfortable with claiming or calling someone, hey, master, because it even felt empowering just saying it. You know, how do you ask a question to a master? Master, how do I do the kick? I wasn't able to communicate right, which I felt stomped my growth whilst I was in the UK.
Was this just your experience, or is this the case across all the temples? Like, they don't have shifus? I mean, for me, the terminology of master.
So we're just talking about the terminology. Okay,
because just to premise it is, from my experience, Westerner, and everyone that possibly watches this channel,
has seen shifus.
Shifus, and it's like, for me, it's like every temple has a shifu. That's the way I imagined it. And that's the way I imagined it to be in China. That every temple has a shifu.
No, for me, my personal experience, and I lived in China for almost 5 years. I went to, and we'll get on to how I achieved my goals. I went to many of the biggest Kung Fu schools. I trained and lived at the Shaolin monastery. I performed all over the world with the Shaolin touring team. No one was ever referred to as master. The word master was purely reserved for, like I said, the abbot. And still, when I go to visit him, we just visited him recently, and we'll refer to him as Shifu. Everyone else was teacher, Shaolin, or Ge. And how does that work? Well, it's the same. There's no difference in the principles behind culture necessarily. It's just a different take. So if you're close to me, you might call me bro, Ge. If you're not close to me and I'm straight up your coach, you're going to call me coach. And then if I'm an elder and I've come along and I'm here to share something like Michael Jordan, you're not going to call him bro or coach. You're going to call him sir, something along those lines, right? Because he's kind of earned his place. If anyone's a shifu, it would be Michael Jordan, but you wouldn't say Master Jordan. Just doesn't roll off the tongue right. Culturally, it doesn't work. You know, you're not addressing him in that sense to say he's your master. You're just utilizing wordplay to address someone. That's exactly how it is in China. I did not, and this is something that's also quite interesting, is that a lot nowadays, especially with the development of Shaolin masters per se, there's hundreds of them scattered all over the world. I can promise you, like 100%, I'll put money down on it. And I've invited you and said you should go to China and see it. Those very people who are called master, and you might call them master, like you could call me Shifu if you like. Then you come with me to China and you will not hear that word being addressed to me once. Guarantee you, unless it's been put on and there's some sort of presentation where we've invited Master Bailong from England to come and give a specific talk, and it's a set. But if we go to the Shaolin Temple and we go to the surrounding Kung Fu schools, etc., it's very unlikely you'll hear that word Shifu. Very unlikely.
Would you hear it at all? Like
you would hear it just like, and that's why I said that's what it was earlier when I said interesting and why it related to me, because I was big on hip hop and Wu-Tang music, and I'd watch, I told you earlier, all the old school movies, Snake in the Eagle's Shadow, the 36 Chambers of Shaolin. Llama versus Wu-Tang. And these were the movies that inspired breakdancing in New York. And through music and copying the style, snake, it became systematic movements that the breakdancers, well, the people who became the breakdancers, they were just people, they were inspired by these cheap cinematic movies that they could go see. And these cheap cinematic movies were in dubbed English. And there was, again, master. There was no master. It was teacher. Teacher, who are you? I've come to fight you with the drunken fist. That's how these movies were. If you're a lover of these movies, you'll know that. That's how it was and why was it like that? Because it was simply translated.
Wow. Okay. So
and it was translated like that, teacher. So you hear in the movies, teacher Lee is here. What have you got for me? Show me your Wu-Tang style. It was never, Master Lee is here. It was never like that in the movies. And you hear it in the Wu-Tang songs. You hear it in those old school movies. The idea of Shifu Sensei Master is a westernized concept that works for martial arts in a Western society. But in China, martial arts, if you want a comparable component, is like football here. Everyone, or a large amount of people, not everyone, does some form of kung fu, martial art, Shaolin. They're not all, like in England, not everyone who does football is coach. They're just, I do football. Oh, what do you do? I play a bit of basketball. I do a bit of kung fu.
Okay, so on this, right, if we're to take somebody who grew up in China, lived in China, became a Shaolin monk, and they come to the West, and then they say they are Shifu, whoever, fourth generation, where does that all come from? Is that self-proclaimed? Is that from the temple?
Those are some of the issues that I have. And from the very beginning, I've never used that title, nor will I ever use that title, because the personal connection with the word master, to me, just signifies an end point. There's no more growth. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to facilitate my personal growth whilst growing with others. For me, that's what a teacher-student relationship is. It's a bond between two individuals who are looking to grow together, not a dictatorship. This idea, I believe it came from the early, maybe 60s, 70s, and this is me going off of my idea of history of the martial arts, when karate became a big popular thing and there was this idea of sensei. Now, sensei, which means master in Japanese, or the word references to master. I can't go too deep into the Japanese culture because that's not my subject. However, from there, Kung Fu came about, right? Everybody was Kung Fu fighting. Yeah, it started to become more popular. Bruce Lee was the one who made it so popular. And on this topic, so interesting. The best, if you like, Chinese martial artist in the world is Bruce Lee. And what do we call him? Bruce Lee. Is he Master Lee? Is he Master Bruce Lee? If anyone's going to be the master of martial arts, surely it would be him. I don't read any of his books where it says Master Bruce. It's a book by Bruce Lee giving his concepts, So he brought Kung Fu and Chinese Kung Fu to the West. That was his whole premise. That's what he did. He was bringing it to the big screen. His first big Hollywood movie before he died was Enter the Dragon. From there, somewhere along those lines, martial arts started to flourish in the West. And this idea of, for me, it's just capitalism. This idea of, self-defense, get in shape, get confident. All these ideas started to build up, black belts, all these belts. And Bruce Lee was famous for saying the only thing a belt's good for is holding up my pants. He was very withdrawn from that system of moving forward, but it did take over and it became very popular. Masters, Shifus, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, you're right. What happens when these individuals, and a lot of them, I know some of their story. Some of them are from the Wheel of Life, and they literally ended up in the UK, ran away from the tour team. The tour team left. They managed to manipulate the system, got a girlfriend, got a visa, etc., etc., etc. Young guys, 18, 19, 20. Are these masters?
So they were in the same school you were in, the same...
Not school, same area.
Area.
Shaolin is a temple. Shaolin is becoming way more developed now and is a lot bigger. The temple structure itself is expanding. They're actually building to facilitate growth. Previously, from some of the old documentaries, and some of them are really good, Myth and Logic of Shaolin from National Geographics, and you just type in old Shaolin documentaries and you'll find a bunch of them. Them old original 80s, 90s documentaries, which was when Jet Li's movie came out, all these documentaries started to pop up about Shaolin. That's a good place to see some of the history, because that's where it started. This flourish of people doing Kung Fu and Shaolin came from the 80s, from the Jet Li movie. Before Jet Li, Shaolin Kung Fu was not on the map. And remember, Jet Li, also one of the best martial artists. Is he Master Jet Li? Is he?
Well, this is what
his
I want to say.
His name is Li Lenjie.
Yeah.
And guess what we'll call him out of respect in Chinese? Like if I met him, he's in his 60s. Is it appropriate for me to say, hey, bro? No, I say Da Ge, which means big brother. Hello, big brother. Can you help me? That's how I would address Jet Li. I would not address him by saying Shifu.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we could agree his status of martial arts, if anything, he would be grandmaster.
But this is what bakes into it for me, is like when you talk about Jackie, Bruce Lee, like when you talk about these people, I've always in my head imagined some hierarchy above them. And that's the masters, that's the Shifus, and for me in my head, there was multiple of these people. And then there's also this other thing that weighs into that, is this like 34 fourth generation. Where does that come from? Like this generational thing.
To be clear, you go to China.
Yeah.
With me, with anyone else you've met. Yeah, and I know some of the people you've met. They will not be addressed as Shifu, and you will not be addressing many people as Shifu at all. You will not hear that word. If you go visit the abbot, 100% you'll be calling him Shifu. And just to put some context on what you just said, hierarchy, you cannot be a Shifu and then have a Shifu. That will be the grandmaster. So just like father and grandfather.
Like the Pope or something.
Exactly. There's levels.
Yeah.
So unless you're calling, this is your, like if this is my Shifu and you're my student and you call me Shifu, then I have to introduce this guy as, this is your grandmaster. That doesn't happen because it just hasn't reached that level yet, because he's just Shifu, which means by default, I can't be Shifu. I'm not on his level, am I? I'm not the abbot. So there's some problem there anyway with the culture, like I said, but no one asks these questions because there's a language barrier quite often, and maybe no one's interested because they pull a blind eye because the fact of having not only a master is appealing, but having the master. Because a lot of these guys out there are like my master. And believe me, as a kid, I was fully glued in. The best Shaolin monk. Woo! Who'd you learn from? I learned from the best. How powerful does that make me feel to be able to tell my friends and family in a social environment that not only do I learn Kung Fu, but guess what? My master, he's the one. That's empowering.
I know, I can see it. Yeah,
yeah, it's very empowering.
Into it, yeah,
it's exploiting both the religion and concepts which don't really exist, and there's not a lot of philosophy going on here. I mean, one of my favorite lines is when Bruce Lee in Enter the Dragon meets his master, and it's the abbot, and he has to walk with him, and he says, and I know all the lines. He says, "What is the highest level you hope to achieve?" To have no level. He doesn't use level, he uses technique. What is the highest technique you hope to achieve? To have no technique. And the guy says, very good. And he said, and it continues. There was this philosophy that was being drawn from this idea of masters. But guess what? It was a movie. Bruce Lee was an actor. This was script writing. These were myths and ideas. Then what's happened now is people are trying to live the movie that was shown in the West. Because Kung Fu, and I have social media on my phone. I have TikTok and I have Instagram, I'm sure you do. What you don't have is Douyin and Xiaohongshu and all the Chinese platforms. We can go on there right now and you'll see remember, Douyin, the Chinese TikTok, is a huge market. There's way more people on Douyin than TikTok. Why? Because the population of China is huge. How many shifus will we find? Not one. How many spiritual talkers will we find? Not one. Will we find anything that we find in the Western platforms for Chinese martial arts in China? Guarantee you the answer is no. Because in China, in its current moment in time, there is no marketing platform for that spiritual practice. Instead, it's a bombardment of for me, fire. Incredibly passionate individuals who can do the craziest of skills. Crazy. Everyone's doing finger handstands. Everyone's breaking bricks. Everyone's doing the most intense weapon forms. It's never ending. It's a never ending supply of motivation. So when I want martial art motivation and I'm about to hit a session, I'm not going on Instagram to watch someone talk about something and say they are the best because, they are Shifu XYZ and they've been training for 50 years. Talk is, as it always has and will be, cheap. You can talk the talk. Can you walk the walk? We don't see a lot of walking in the West, mainly because the people who are really intrigued with martial arts, unfortunately, are being drawn in for the wrong reasons, because they're looking at it as a solution to the issues they're experiencing, which is this spiritual practice. It's ticking the boxes for them. It's ticking the boxes. I, as I've mentioned throughout my whole story here, I'm not one of those individuals. I was looking for the drunken master. I was looking for that intense training of running up mountains and doing handstands coming down. You don't learn that through that method. It might sell in England, but I believe that it's exploitation. It's using stereotypes, the idea of a bald head. Suddenly, if you're Chinese and your head's shaved, you put your hands together, you must be a monk. Robes and clothing, the spirituality, using religion to manipulate people into believing something is wrong. From my opinion, everyone's entitled. Let me continue, because you had another question about the 34th generation. Well, that's what I am. So I also have a Buddhist name and I have a little book and I'm more than happy to show you. And it's got my photo and it's got a stamp from the official Buddhist Association of China. And my name is Yan Wu. So you have questions. So if you have question, clearly you don't know. So I'll break it down real quick for you. It goes, and it's 34. So it goes 34 times. Do I know it off the top of my head? No. So don't test me. But let's talk about right now. Right now, as I said earlier, the highest level is who?
The abbot.
The abbot. And his name is Shi. We all have the Shi. In China, the surname goes first, Shi. The second part of the name, which is what you're going to be familiar with, is the generation. He is Yong. Y-O-N-G, Yong. And then his name is Xin. Shi Yong Xin. Yong represents his generation. His generation is 33. Anyone and everyone, and because of the development of Shaolin, not everyone, but now everyone. So you could be, if you want, you could be a disciple of Shaolin, no problem. If you want it, we go there, we get it. You will be a direct disciple of him, which will make you 34th generation. And that will give you the name Yan. So Yan signifies the generation. So it goes Shi Yong and his name Xin, and then it would go you, Shi Yan, like Yan Lei, who you've interviewed. So Yan, and then his name, Lei. I have a Buddhist monk name, Shi Yan Wu. And you would be, in this case, let's go with Ji, because Ji is also a Chinese character. You would be Shi Yan Ji. interesting if you're interested in this, and some people are, it obviously discontinues. After Yan is, and you should know because he's very not popular. Yeah, he's very popular on your channel. I suppose he's a close friend of yours. After Yan is Heng. So then you have Shi Heng, the name. So you have Yi, Shi Heng Yi. That's his name, Shi Heng Yi. Then you would have Shi Heng Ji, Shi Heng X, Y, and Z. You would have these names. And they would continue. That's generational. So why is there so many Yans? So you have Yan Lei, and then I am also Yan. I'm Yan Wu, and his brother is Yan Zi. So all of us are actually brothers. And this is where this culture, which is getting very unorganized, is getting confusing. So I'd said earlier, if the abbot is the shifu, he's my shifu, I'm here, you're either here with me, which makes him your shifu, which makes me and you brothers, or you can be my disciple, and then you become Heng, which means you call me shifu, and then you call my shifu grand shifu, Dashi. So by default, because of my heritage, which is true, I'm Yan Wu, Heng Yi, if he wants to follow that system, has to call me Shifu. Does that make sense? No, we're all just one generation, which is why I opt out for using this name, because I feel that it's lost its context and it's very confusing. Of course, again, it's very easy and it is used by many to manipulate the system.
What does the abbot think of that system?
What does the abbot think of the system?
Of the
hierarchy? Well, obviously he's he's a very smart individual. Yeah. Again, we're jumping through many different. I haven't even finished my story yet, but we'll come back to my story for sure. He's a very interesting character. He doesn't speak great English, so you would have trouble interviewing him, but perhaps he would be someone that could answer a lot of your questions from his perspective, because he's not what you believe him to be or what you'd visualize him to be. For me, the negative side of what I've seen and heard is not relevant. Why? Because he endorsed the Shaolin Wheel of Life. And if it wasn't for him, there wouldn't be any me. So in that sense, I feel privileged to know him, to have conversation with him, and in that, to not judge him. He's a very controversial character. You asked, what does he think of the system? Well, what he thinks of the system from my perspective is, well, right now, all over the world, everyone is Yan something, which means he has hundreds, thousands of disciples. As I said, if you wanted to, we could go to China and with no problem, you can become a disciple of his too. And then you will be a direct disciple of his. What does this accumulation of having disciples mean without them being true disciples? I don't know. Is that something I'm chasing? No. If I was, then I would have a whole bunch of students called Heng, because that's what my students would be under me. And I would have this discipleship. How could I have a discipleship if I'm not a master? I can't. So there's kind of this privilege there, you know, which I don't want to be part of, because it's very, like I said, unorganized and most importantly, unregulated. You know, these names are pulled out from anywhere. So for me, I'm not looking to exploit or monetize off of that. I have a book I can show you on camera and it says Yan Wu, that's great. But it's not anything deeper than this book can be given to you at any moment. This book could be purchased for like 50 kwai, like £5. Is it that substantial to your journey? No. Of course, it's an achievement. You know, you meet Michael Jordan and he says, yo, bro, great three-pointer shot. That's going to stay with you forever. Is that going to be the selling point of you playing basketball for the rest of your life? Shouldn't be. That book is just a very small achievement in my list. I prefer to be judged from my actions, from what I do, both physically, mentally, and what I achieve in this world, in this experience of living, opposed to me using the idea that I am a 34th generation Shaolin warrior monk. I mean, that sounds great, but do I need to rely on that? Not at all, and I don't think anyone should, Again, I take influence from my mom. She's Professor Penny Jane Burke. But when she introduces herself, she does not say, "Hi, I'm Professor Penny Jane Burke." She says, "Hi, nice to meet you, I'm Penny." That like her title is something that on a high standard she'll be labeled as. But generally speaking, "Hi, George, I'm Master White Dragon." Like, I'm White Dragon. If you want to call me Master, you can call me what you like. You can call me fake, you could call me great, you could call me master, you could call me coach. It's irrelevant. But if we're going to have a relationship, I'll tell you, look, I don't really want you calling me master. I prefer just to be teacher. I prefer to be a big brother, because through that brotherly bond, I'm pretty sure I could help you grow a lot quicker than if we had that huge dictatorship and hierarchy of master and disciple.
Last one on this, then we'll get back on track. Yeah. Going through the training that you went through and the beatings, the punishment, seeing what it's really like, is there a frustration seeing the Shaolin and the idea of Shifu being used in a sort of manipulation tactic or to be used against people?
Okay. Yes and no. Firstly, obviously, I want to word myself right. And I do believe that regardless of what I'm about to say, it's a manipulation, it's exploitation. At the same time, anyone who is subject to that, perhaps it wasn't their intent initially. So my brother-in-law, who is only 23 years old and was just manning the Shaolin Temple, Australia, from the Shaolin Monastery, China, he was sent there. He's a Shaolin warrior monk as well. And he was called Shifu. He came here and he's currently living here with us, and we call him Ge, brother. He didn't decide to be called Shifu. It was kind of the job role. He was flown in from China, suddenly at the Shaolin Temple, Australia. Students would come in. This is our new Shifu, Shiyan Yi. He has the same name as Heng Yi, a different Yi, but it sounds the same, Yi. But he's Yan and Heng is Heng Yi and Yan Yi. So Shifu Yan Yi is here because, like I said, that's just the culture. So people just get pulled into it, and he accepted it. But it was devastating to his growth because every day he had to wear a long robe. Every day someone came in, they had to say, "Oh, hello, Shifu," and he had to say, "Hello." And suddenly he wasn't able to live. He was merely an object of this temple, where in the West, he became a Shifu. He wasn't allowed to go out. He wasn't allowed to have fun. And guess what? He eats meat, he drinks, he goes out. He wasn't able to do any of those things because he was on a religious visa and he was being called Shifu and he was playing a character. Not deliberately, but that's what happened to him. He gained weight, he became depressed, he stopped training. 23 years old, is that time to pack away? No, hell no. That's time to elevate. So that happens. So it is manipulation. And without a doubt, 100%, I stand by it. It's exploitation of stereotype and religion, and that is wrong. But it doesn't mean that the individuals who are subject to it are doing it deliberately. And they should have a space and a voice to open up about it. And to some extent, that makes it more acceptable because it wasn't something that they did deliberately, Although it has become an easy way, more so for Westerners. Westerners go to China, shave their head, take 3 or 4 photos at the Shaolin Temple. You can find them now. I could find about 10 in England, Shifu's 34th generation, lived and trained at the Shaolin Temple, the direct descent of the abbot, learn Kung Fu, learn to fight. Talking about fighting, people challenge me all the time. No, I don't have fights and I don't say I can fight. I'm pretty sure I can hold my ground if you want to roll up on me, but that's not my thing. My thing is to do what I do, which is like the dragon form, drunken form. And guess what I do? I do it and it's badass. I can travel the world, I can make money, I can do shows, and I'm living my dream. I'm not pretending that I can do those things. I'm doing those things. When it comes to fighting, all these people claim to have fights or fight training. They haven't had any fights. So they're questioning me if I can fight. It's like, hold on, bro, just look in the mirror. Like Michael said, like if you want to make a change, take a look at yourself and make a change. You're questioning me about fighting. I go to the gym and there's a fight club upstairs. And guess what? They're doing every day. Fighting. They're bruised, they're beaten, they're having fights. If you want to do that, there's also resource and endless space for that. But I don't really agree on fighting either and violence. I don't think that that's a necessary form of personal development that's required. Doesn't mean if you shouldn't fight. If you like to fight, go fight. But these Shaolin masters that we find who self-proclaim so much, take away the uniform, grow their hair out, listen to what they're actually saying. You know, I'm tired of it. Be like the cup, empty your soul. It's just too cheesy. It's too cheesy, but you dress it up nicely, suddenly these cheap philosophical quotes that you can pick up on Instagram with the right presentation look like the most powerful thing on earth. And it's wrong. That's also exploitation. You take away those things and you're left with a guy who's probably low on confidence, looking for a way to make quick money, doesn't really know his path, and is having trouble in life. That's what my expectation would be. But perhaps I'm wrong, and I would gladly open up conversation to discuss these things, because I've had discussions with my brother-in-law. And man, I hope that you can speak to him. He's lived at the Shaolin temple, at the temple. Not at a Kung Fu school. He's lived there since he was 12 years old. Before that, many Kung Fu schools. Crazy stories, including...
I'd love to talk to him.
Yeah, crazy stories, including being molested at the Shaolin monastery. So these people who become masters at 18, 19, they're also people with experiences, real life experiences. They're not some individual that we should just put on a pedestal and worship them because it makes us feel good. Oh yeah, I have a shifu, I'm gonna go see him on the weekend and do some Tai Chi. These are people too. And they've, you know, like my brother-in-law, like many of these individuals, they started with Kung Fu and they've trained their arse off throughout their life and they're really good at it. They're really good at it. But that doesn't give them any other right to be someone's master, someone's spiritual guide. It's very challenging for them to experience and understand what to do with their life when they end up in the West and suddenly all of that weight is put on their shoulders.
As many of you guys know, Mulligan Brothers is actually three brothers: William, Luke, Jordan, myself. And over the last year, my brother William has taken a bit of a backseat from Mulligan Brothers and works solely on our other YouTube channel that you might not know about, an Instagram page called The Everyday Stoic. William is the host, and he is a Stoic, in my opinion, a modern Stoic philosopher. And over the last year, he's just worked on that channel. Whilst doing that and building the Instagram audience to, you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, he started writing. In fact, his writings were so good that Penguin decided to write the book, The Everyday Stoic by William Mulligan, Simple Rules for a Good Life. They've also converted this into 15 different languages. Honestly, this book has been incredible, like one of the most popular books this year. And some people don't know that William Mulligan, founder of the Mulligan Brothers, is up behind it all. And I want to say a massive shout out to my brother William, because this book right here and the Stoic philosophy is something that's changed my life massively. I'm very proud of him, but I'm also very, very passionate about sharing this. So if you want to get the book, go to the link down in the description. It's now out in America. This is the American version in Barnes and Nobles. You can also get it in England in W.H. Smith's, and loads of it has a different cover than this one. And you can get it all around the world now. And if you get the Audible version, it will be narrated by William. So the links and Amazon links are all down below for the book. I promise you will not be disappointed, and it makes an amazing Christmas gift. Anyway, let's dive back into the episode. So this is the thing, and we'll finish with this here, because I think, you know, I think some of the things you're saying might ruffle a few feathers in the audience, and we spoke about this before. You know, that was kind of the expectation of some of the conversation.
The expectation.
But I don't think you're saying that like spiritual teachings and all that kind of stuff isn't good to have and it's not good to learn those things. But correct me if I'm wrong, what we're talking about here is almost like Shaolin's been hijacked by that kind of philosophy, those philosophies and teachings.
Well, exactly. I believe without a doubt, spiritual practice, meditation and ideas surrounding spirituality are extremely important and valuable to individuals, but they shouldn't be taken out of proportion just because someone has their head shaved and is wearing orange robe and claims to be a Shaolin monk. That doesn't give anyone authority to start to preach. You know, if you want to go deep into it, like any subject, there has to be a level of education, a process of learning. Most of these individuals, if you speak to them, including me, I didn't do a lot of meditation at the Shaolin monastery. And if you go there, you'll see that. These individuals, as I've just described, for what I described, were more about Kung Fu. Give them the props for what they can do. If you need something else, you need to search somewhere else. But like I said, it's appealing. It's actually what we do to these individuals. We enforce this idea that, Shifu, suddenly it's very difficult to remove yourself from that. Like I said, like my brother-in-law, he's kind of stuck in limbo. Where how does he deal with that? Well, when he's here, it's challenging for him to survive and make money because he's just a dude good at Kung Fu. How many dudes have you met at the courts when you go to the park, if you still play, and they're good at basketball? Does it mean they're going to be pro? Does it mean they're coaching? No, it means, what does it mean? It means they're good at basketball, and that's a great thing to do, but it doesn't give them much more.
Yeah.
A lot of these Kung Fu athletes are similar, including me. I'm very good at Kung Fu, and I can flip around and do all of that. But to be honest with you, where I've grown the most in terms of my presence in my industry and how I've developed, it's more through the way I express myself, I express my story, my ideas on social structure, my role as a father, my role as a mentor for local children who train with me, and the way in which I'm able to take all of those concepts that I like and put it into a Kung Fu inspired show and take that on the road and tour. By all means, it's not because I'm a spiritual master who trained at the Shaolin Temple and because I spent some years there, I have the right to preach spirituality to you. Most of these people I'm speaking about don't even speak Chinese. You know, I'm pretty sure I can teach you some Kung Fu moves. Can I teach you Chinese without? No. So how on earth are you going to understand the deeper philosophy behind what I'm teaching you? You're not. You're going to just have Kung Fu. That's what you'll have. I can teach you to kick and punch, and this is the eagle claw, and this is the tiger claw, and this is the mantis, and you can do these moves. And it's fun. It's enjoyable. It teaches you to move. There's nothing wrong with it. It's great, but there's not a lot of spirituality tied into it. The spiritual side of it, if you're going to learn, you're going to have to go deep, because it's more about conversation. Like this conversation is pretty deep. You're able to openly ask me questions and I'm able to fully understand and respond. Without that communication, there's no room for growth. So anyone who's claiming to really understand the teachings of Shaolin, but they don't speak Chinese, well, I'm going to ask them the same question. How did you get this knowledge? Which book was translated that you read? Because as far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen or found any. You know, some of the best books, which I still have, were Bruce Lee's books, full of philosophy and analogy and ideas and concepts and attacking stereotypes. I think Bruce Lee's whole idea was that, you know, style tends to separate man. You know, the style becomes the doctrines and becomes the gospel truth that people live by and they cannot change. That's when growth, he said, stops. In his books, if you read his books, he says that if you follow that system, your growth stops. The most important individual in the process of development is the man. And as soon as he reaches his limitation, there is no more space for growth. And the limitation could be a system which is being put upon him. Instead, he should use the concepts, not the techniques, but the concepts, and apply that to his life. I mean, it's nothing new that I'm saying here, right? It's the same thing with you give a man a fish, he eats once, or you teach a man how to fish. That's technique versus concept. You know, that's the method. This is how we're going to eat. And then you starve. Or this is how you hunt for food. This is how you fish. It's the concepts which are important. And the concepts are hidden deep in the Shaolin manuscripts. I can speak Chinese, but I can't read no manuscript. Some of these Kung Fu masters that you've interviewed, you'll know, did they go to school? Probably not. How about in England, you don't go to school? How's your reading and writing going to be? Is it going to be good enough to read ancient manuscripts? I don't think so. So where are they learning from? Some of the most interesting concepts that I speak about, and I hope that it's not misunderstood by my viewers, your viewers, weren't necessarily learned whilst in Shaolin. I learned a hell of a lot from Dragon Ball Z. I learned a hell of a lot from little comic books that I still have here called Iron Fist Chimmy. Secret techniques, candle punching, explosive push-ups, the finger handstand, lots of theory. I was able to read and study Thundercats, to have sight beyond sight, to look into the future and write your future. A lot of these ideas and concepts that allowed me to realize my dream and go to Shaolin, I developed as a young man. They weren't things that when I went there, I learned. The main things I went and learned, which I've already expressed, was Kung Fu. I was able to train 10 hours a day. You said you was good at basketball. What would happen if you upped your game and played just 8-10 hours all day, every day? You would become amazing at it. How have you excelled in your interview and videography techniques? By doing it for years and years and years. You can never bypass the fundamental of time. When you give something time, you will develop. You know, so if you give yourself time doing Kung Fu, you'll develop. I developed a lot because I was doing physical training a lot. And that can be seen through my Instagram page, my physique, my strength levels. And some things we've got to understand, some things are metaphors. Breaking an iron bar in your head is a metaphor. It's a stage show. It's a metaphor to explain the power of Qigong. It's not Qigong. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
It's a story. Yeah. Again, people take it out of context. They're taking a stage idea and making it real and then selling it to people as if it's real. Well, if you now have this spiritual master who can also break metal on his head, wow.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
That's why I want to talk about that then quickly.
It's conversation that's required for growth.
Yeah.
And the industry, one of the industries I'm in, which is because I'm labeled as well as a Shaolin master, and it needs discussion and communication in order for it to change and to develop. Otherwise, it's just going to be stagnant and it's going to be boring, and there's no room for growth, you know. And what will happen is it will just die out, which I'm pretty sure it will. And all of these trends, social media trends, the spiritual talking and whatnot, it will die out. And without a doubt, people will look back on it in a very small time frame, not in 100 years. I'm talking about 5-10 years, and a lot of it will just be garbage because that's what happens. You know, like cheap pop songs that are just released and they're just corny and then they're forgotten. You know, then there's like songs which last for a long time. What we all want is to last for a long time. Yeah. But what happens is capitalism kicks in and we just roll the dice and take our luck with what's happening. But like I said earlier, for me, it's choice, not chance. And I've built the life that I love so far. And for me, that's the path that I'm going to continue on. And I don't believe I'm ever going to stop. And again, I take inspiration from Tupac, number one, until the end of time. So until I die. And number two, even when I die, I'm going to be a problem. I've put so much content out and I have a ridiculous amount of content in terms of what I can physically do, what I physically look like, what, you know, the shapes and things that I can create. And man, it's going to be there, you know, and a lot of others are just going to be left with, like I said, life is like this cup. Sometimes you can feel empty. Well, what are you trying to say? Like there has to be something substantial behind that.
I think you're right with artists, especially. I mean, you've got a ton of artists, athletes on there. Their messages has lasted. Our sort of strapline is inspire change, and like
Inspire change at the bottom.
Truly believe in it. But that originated from Tupac, and I think it was a quote. I might not change the world, but I'll spark the mind that does.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I butchered that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that kind of that idea.
And that is again what, you know, and I love that coming from Tupac, because it's his interviews, especially in his younger ages, you know, talking about earlier, like CT, like Tupac, when he was younger, 16, 17, he was so passionate. He wouldn't swear. He was using advanced vocabulary and ideas about social structure. And you could see what he wanted to do. And then on his journey, you can also see what he became through a lot of the negative things and people that was going on around him, and that changed him. Still, the message somewhat remained the same, but of course it pulled him down a path where he went into gang violence and ends up dead. But it's crazy, you can have one guy saying a quote like that and then in the next moment hit him up. That's why, Joe, you know, you can't even say the line, you know, and there's something going on. You know, and again, I think it's not the same thing with Shaolin, but it's in the same context, is something's going on where there's a real message. And all of these people might have it too, but the way in which it's being spread, it's just diluting the wisdom, and it's being misunderstood by the masses, and it's causing unnecessary confusion, which is unhelpful. It's unhelpful.
There's the kid in me wants to ask a question from like watching the Shaolin and all that kind of stuff.
Well, go for it.
So that's there. Just
I hope I can answer as much as possible.
But to premise this, like my thought on this is, again, back to the artists, back to the athletes, is we will watch their 10 hours a day. And that's something I live by as well. With basketball, I would train 8 hours a day because I believed in this, you know, 10,000 hour theory and working towards that kind of stuff. And then you see someone perform who's had 10,000 hours or worked it, and it looks like magic. And we see these things on TV, especially these athletes and Shaolin warriors and Shaolin monks. They'll perform things that look impossible. And I'm curious, you know, as the kid in me, how much of it was, you know, not the performance stuff, not the breaking the bars or the bricks and stuff. What was the stuff that you saw that was like the 10,000 hours that accumulated to something that almost looked
okay, so
like gravity defying or whatever?
I mean, this is a good, fantastic question for me, because I'm able to give out some ideas which are very important to me for what I do, and maybe some others won't be able to necessarily relate or understand, but it will answer your question and it will definitely generate more question. The flip side of what it means to be Shaolin. I mean, we could ask ChatGPT, we could go on YouTube, go on some of my most viral videos, breaking iron bars. I mean, that's one of the biggest ones. I would say the orange robes, these things, and the list goes on. These things, the monkey climbs the tree, you know, that's where I climb up the tree. I mean, right now, me and my son just recreated another video, and it's on 40 million views. It's going crazy, you know, and it's not even that hard. So, and it definitely didn't take the 10,000 hours that you're talking about. It's so interesting that the things that don't take so long are the things, and I think a lot of people experience this in all realms of life, in particular social media. The things that are quick and easy are normally the things that sell, and the things that require true skill and talent are normally overlooked. And for me, answering your question, I love it because that's where I want to generate debate. Because a lot of Shaolin masters, for not having a better word, Shaolin practitioners, and I look at myself as an athlete, by the way. I don't know if some of these guys, you could class them as athletes. I mean, there has to be a standard somewhere there, but these Kung Fu guys, they're using the most simplest tricks. Talking, metal breaking, stick breaking. And whilst doing all these simple tricks, they're talking the talk. You know, what I do, that's just for show. Yeah, that wouldn't work in a fight. So to answer your question, the things that I saw that took the highest level of training were these performance forms, the animal forms, the weapon forms. Man, you cannot play with a stick at that speed, or nunchucks, or a drunken form without those 10,000 hours. If you want to get up here and do a little meditation class with me, learn some systematic breathing, which you could do right now, and add the attitude, the action, and I give you a piece of metal and you break it, well, by golly, we could do that in 5 minutes. And you post that, whew, you just went from rookie to Shaolin Grandmaster in a matter of minutes. That's the lie. The 10,000 hours, if you go to China, like I said, have you been there? You said, no. I said, you should go because you're doing all this work with Shaolin. You should go and see, because you will see those 10,000s of hours taking place. And it's quite challenging to watch because any 10,000 hours is not easy. And you'll see these young kids in doing stance work, doing something in Chinese called Ji Ben Gong, which Ji Ben Gong just translates gong, the same as Gong Fu. Gong means to the drill work. Ji Ben means basic, so basic drill work. That's the mass of the training. I mean, all the answers you're looking for, you already know because you do basketball. So what's the key behind basketball? What is it? Just playing the game? Is it? No, you do the drill work. You're going to work on your shot. You're going to work on your dribbling tactics. You're going to work on your theory. It's all of those things add up when you play the game, right? Kung Fu is no different. Yeah, you can do all the other bits and pieces to show you can break the metal, because you need that too. When you're doing a presentation, that's a good selling point. As a performer, I feel like I have the right to break the metal, because I'm not trying to say I'm a Shaolin master. I'm trying to give you, I'm trying to market towards you to pull you in. I'm a storyteller.
That's your 360 dunk. That's, you're not going to use it in a game, but it's
there you go.
Yeah.
A perfect analogy.
Yeah.
I can pull out a 360 dunk. Does that mean we're going to win the game? No. But I've got your attention now. So, but we can't take it too high and suddenly be crowned the best of the best, the grandmaster, because we've done this little 360 dunk. It's not so difficult. 14, 15-year-olds are doing it. Same, the medal is not so difficult. My son did the medal when he was 10 years old. Like, let's chill on that for a little bit. That draws you in. The 10,000 of hours is going to be the stance work, the stretching, the physical training. It's the same in any art. Ballet, the same. It's got nothing to do with the show that you see on stage that looks so effortless and smooth. They didn't get to that level just because they wanted to do that. They got to that level through hours and hours of vigorous training, bending their feet into particular positions, holding stances, doing hours and hours of jumps and rotations and spotting. Is all of that not valuable? Because it couldn't be used in a fight. Bro, can we just chill on everything having to be related to violence and fighting? Most of us learned about Kung Fu from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Jackie Chan movies. We learned from storytelling. So now there's no problem with us wanting to be something connected to the stories we told. It doesn't need to be real. Are you a real NBA player? Does that dishearten you? Does that mean you're not good at basketball?
No,
because you have a love for the game.
Yeah.
I don't know why you started to play, but I started to play in the UK. We didn't have no parks with hoops. I started to play because of Space Jam. Bugs Bunny and Michael Jordan influenced me. from the moment the movie started. And again, these are movies that played a big influence in me. So if you have not seen it, go watch it. But the intro where the little kid, little Michael, is shooting the ball and his pop comes out because it's late at night and he's just shooting. He says, one more shot. And he keeps getting it in. And he says, shoot until you miss. He doesn't miss. And then his dad said, I think that's time to go in, son. And he goes in and he says, what are you going to do next? And then he turns back at the hoop, right? And he says, I'm gonna fly, and then it cuts it, bam, dun, and the tune drops in, and you can do something with the edit there, boom, and it drops in, and it's just this highlight of dunks, and the movie starts. And man, I saw that, and in the same way as like the Wheel of Life, it was like, whoa, I want to do that. And there's nothing wrong with being that. How many times was you Michael Jordan on the court?
Yeah, not many times.
No. How many times when you was playing was you Michael Jordan?
Oh, all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah, all the time.
Is that a problem?
No.
Is it a problem that you're not Michael Jordan?
No.
No. Is it a problem that you're not going to the NBA?
It was at one point.
No, it was at one point because that's what you wanted. But no, not at all. Yeah. Because the glory and the satisfaction that you get when you play the game, that's the valuable part. And that's the part that I get to experience almost every day of my life when I do what I call Kung Fu. Because I get to become Jackie Chan. Okay. I get to become Bruce Lee. I get to become these characters. I have no desire whatsoever to become what is apparently the real version. Not because I don't think it's achievable. Like the NBA is definitely achievable, but the NBA is a regulated, substantial something. Whereas to become a Shaolin monk, there's nothing much to it. We're adding too much to it. If you want to go to the temple and check it out and ask them if you could be a monk there and just sit and meditate, by all means, you could probably do that. I do not think that's what any of these people who are doing what they're doing want to do that. Do you know how I know it's not? Because they're not doing it. They're in the West saying that they want to do it or that they came from doing that. And now with no teaching experience, right? Because most teachers go on a teaching course. With no teaching experience, somehow they have the ability to teach in a masterful way. Just because you're good at basketball, does every basketball player become a coach?
No, not at all. Yeah.
No.
I mean, I tried. I was terrible.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah. And then you say, okay, this is not for me.
Yeah.
So why is every Kung Fu master a coach? Those dots don't make sense to me either, because it's only in martial arts that we see this trait. I know loads of people who play football. Once they stop playing, they don't just become coach. They don't want to. It's not their thing. With Kung Fu, almost every single person who does Kung Fu, guess what they become? A coach. No teaching experience, right? So that's also questionable for me in terms of what it is they're looking for. Jackie Chan, oh yeah, the greatest guy. Jet Li, the two living legends. Should we go to their workshop? Guess what? They don't have one. Because they're there to do what they're great at. And maybe they're good at teaching, but that's not their thing. They don't need to do it. That's not what they're doing. So I kind of fell into coaching as well. Neoliberalism, I became an object of society, and I felt, I know, my wife fell pregnant. This is the story. I'll come back to it. So let's pick it up right there. I was blessed with another, after what happened to me in China, I was blessed, as I complete one circle, I feel I was blessed with another cycle to begin, which was a new chapter, which was the news that my wife fell pregnant. And I said, let's move back to London, where I grew up, and I didn't have what I was looking for. I had to come all the way to China. I searched high and low. It was all, like I said, self-defense, build confidence. You couldn't learn weapons, animals, drunken. You couldn't do any of that. I said, let's open a spot where I can continue my training and I can share with our son, who we knew is going to have a son, and we can share with the local community who also have dreams to realize that that's what we can do. And that's exactly what we did. In the beginning, that's exactly what we did. I don't know how much you know about me, but I have students who, the only other people outside of China. And this is, you can check this, Google this, YouTube this, ask me for videos, ask the other masters, ask them. Just ask them. Like, this dude can break the metal, he can break the metal. Ask me, can I break the metal? Yes. Okay, I can do a finger handstand. Ask him. Just say, can you do it? No. Can you do it? No. Oh, okay, so it's only this guy. Yeah, that's how it goes. You know, I've got students who can do that. Students who can backflip on their heads. My son's got Guinness World Records. I absolutely love to teach and share and inspire and grow. Why? Because I'm on stage. That's what I'm trying to do. Do you get me? Yeah. I'm trying, like, if you got a basketball squad, were you trying to go to the tournament to lose? No, you're trying to win. So you want the best players on your team, and you're going to do the best to make sure that you've got the best team, because that's part of the role of succeeding. Without a goal, you can't score. My goal is to be on TV, to be on stage and to do the show. Because the feeling I get when I'm on stage, you know, earlier I said that the feeling I got when I saw the Wheel of Life, the feeling of being on stage surpasses that tenfold. And the energy that carries you when you're on stage is something that I've never been able to recreate outside of that environment. So for now, it's something that I'm continuously drawn to. I love it. And in order to be on stage, I have to be at the top of my game. My squad has to be at the top of their game. They need to be able to do the things that others can't do. Like CT said, you ain't willing to do what I do. That's why I'm number motherfucking one. And that's what he says, because that's what it is. It's so simple. So for me, that was the goal. And guess how I achieved it? You can ask me, well, how did you get guys doing finger handstands and back head flips? I tell you, I was crazy. Training 8 hours a day. Well, how do kids in the West train 8 hours a day? We would train for 2 hours before school. After school, they would come and train 4, 5, 6 hours. I was loony with it. And guess how much money they paid? 0. What am I going to say? £10 an hour. Okay, we're going to do 8 hours, £80 a day. Okay, 5 times a week. Which parent can afford that? No, so I had to sacrifice making an income from teaching people to the realization that if I teach people, we can generate money because we can be on the big stage. That's how it worked for me. And it was so simple. Within the first year, we had been to Britain's Got Talent finals. We had been all over the UK. We got a big contract with Pontins and Butlins, the holiday camps we were doing. That's how we did what we did. Meanwhile, yeah, we had some other classes, but the other classes that I look at them as more of experiences. So those were opportunities, let's say for yourself, and you live over there and there's a temple here, and wow, you see all the crazy things we're doing. It's kind of cool just to come along and have some fun with it. You know, if you're in London, Finsbury Park is the best court. Go down there and just have a little pickup game. You're not trying to get your shorts out and your boots on and like you're going to go to school with it. No, you're just having a little quick 3-on-3, have some fun, call it a day and move on. So the temple for me is my home. The temple is not a martial arts school. I'm not here to give out sashes and black belts and have this hierarchy, this system of individuals who are learning. The temple is my home. It's a place where I can train, where I share what I love with my son, my family, and then the people around me, the closest people to me, who are very much like disciples. My brother-in-law was my first student. Some of my students, the guy I'm talking about doing the finger handstand, he's moved back to Poland, training with me from when he was 6, 7 years old. He was here all day, every day. He was like a second son to me. The students that have reached those high levels of performance-based Kung Fu did it through the exact same process that they would have done in China, except with the Western approach. So there was no beating. We weren't training on gravel, we were training with mats. So I kind of did my best to connect the two. So I took the extreme training and said, how would this work if we had a studio space and we had music, mats, mirrors? So that's what we have. And that's how we're able to elevate. Again, if you don't have access to education, you can't be educated. So first you need access to resources. So the temple for me is a resource that allows me to share my passion with some, not all. Because by all means, if I gave you the dice and said roll a 6, how many times are you going to roll a 6? I'm not going to have hundreds of students coming in here with 6s, ready to grind, you know, ready to put hours and hours of work on a finger push-up. Why would they want to? In the same way, why would I want to teach those people? I'm not here just to make some money and pretend we're doing Kung Fu and then sit down and pretend we're meditation. This is serious business. You know, like you playing basketball, it's a difference with you and your friend Tom just gonna go shoot some hoops and then you playing actual basketball. You know, like when it's competitive, you need a competitive opponent. You need someone who can play, right? It's the same with Kung Fu. I need people who are actually willing to go all in, which is another reason why you can probably see the passion in me when I'm talking about it, is that a lot of the people I see in the West who are my peers in that sense, because they're the people who are my peers, they're not on my level. I'll say it straight like that. They're not on my level because they're not doing what I'm doing. It's like having bodybuilders and then you got one group who are actually doing bodybuilding and then the rest are saying they're doing bodybuilding. And you can see the results. They don't have the muscle, they don't have the strength, but they have the shaven head, the orange robes, and they're saying that they're going to do it. So you buy into it. Those are my peers. And this is exactly why we travel to China so often, because when we're in China, it's not like that. When we're in China, it's competitive. We can go to China and train. Just like you can go to Finsbury Park and play basketball and it's competitive. You know, you need a competitive level of peers in order for growth to take place. Otherwise, how do you grow?
What is it that makes you not take the easy route? You could have easily called yourself Shifu. You could have said you're 34th generation. Like you could have done.
I could have done all of those things. You're right.
How come you didn't?
Because there's a saying, it goes something along the lines of, for what is each day but a series of choices between the right way and the easy way. So by saying easy, maybe you insinuated that I took the hard way. No, I didn't. There's nothing hard about what I do. I love what I do. When you love what you do, it's not hard. You enjoy it. I enjoy what I do. In terms of why I didn't take that easy option, well, I mean, by definition, if I love what I do, why would I need an easier option to make things easier for me? I don't. You know, so I don't see any joy in someone coming in here to call me master. I didn't experience that process in China. So why would I bring that to England? This is another key question. And you go ahead and ask these people. And these are questions, believe it or not, I ask people straight up. I had a deep conversation with one dude recently who's filming a TV show with me, and he's adamant that we need to be shifu. And we had a long discussion about the history of the word, etc., etc., etc. And I just said, okay, just because shifu is so important, you're shifu. Everyone needs to call you shifu, no problem. I just have one question for you. I said, who is your shifu? You know who his shifu is? The abbot, of course. And guess what the abbot does not do? Kung Fu. So I'm not asking you who your shifu is. Of course the abbot is your shifu. He's my shifu too. If you go to Shaolin, guess what? He's your shifu too. I'm asking you, who is your shifu? If all of your students have to call you shifu and you see such a significant meaning behind that, surely you have a great shifu. Guarantee you, 100%, you will not be able to interview anyone that you've interviewed prior and ask them that question and they'll be able to say, shifu XYZ. Impossible. They won't even be able to pull a name out. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Do you remember your coach's name in high school?
My boss, yeah, Kurt Xavier, yeah.
There you go. So there's his name.
Yeah.
He's not your master, but there's his name.
Yeah.
Ask them, who is their master? Because before I can preach anything, I need to, if I want you to learn from me, right? You see me doing a finger handstand and I want to teach you. You ask me if you can learn that. Of course I can teach you. And what method would I use to teach you? Would I use a different method to the one I learned or the one I learned? Which method would I use?
The one you learned.
Why else wouldn't I use it? So if I didn't experience, maybe I'm wrong, but if I didn't experience having to call someone shifu constantly and have a shifu who taught me, because that is not how I learned. I'm telling you, that is not how I learned. I can call the abbot shifu, but I didn't have any shifu teach me the finger handstand. Interesting that none of these other people can do the finger handstand, and they all want to be called shifu, but yet they don't have a shifu. Maybe there's something psychological going on there where there's this need to fulfill a void, where by taking this dictatorship upon themselves gives them a sense of fulfillment. I don't know, which is why I'm telling you to ask them. And if I speak with them, these are the sort of questions that I ask.
But just on the definition of that, when you say they've got no shifu, you mean they've got no shifu who has taught them the Shaolin teachings?
In that way.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense. Just want to clarify.
For example, let's say I have 20 students, okay, and you interview one by one, or you interview one of them, and they're calling me Shifu, okay? I'm Shifu White Dragon, let's say. That's a very clear, simple label, Shifu White Dragon. Surely, I would then have a similar figure who was teaching me what I'm teaching them, right? So your coach who coached you in basketball would have also had a coach. And some of the drills that he's teaching you, the secret drills, were from his coach, just like in boxing. You know, little tips and tricks that you pick up from coach to coach. You see how magical that sounds? That's what Kung Fu is. And just real quick as well, you should definitely put this in there. Kung Fu translates as a skill achieved through dedicated effort over time. Kung Fu does not translate as a system of fighting, as a fighting technique. Basketball is a form of Kung Fu. What I do is a form of Kung Fu. Does that make sense? There has to be this idea, and when I do my show, Taken from the Wheel of Life, that's how it begins. If you haven't seen it, for thousands of years, the art of Kung Fu has been passed on from generation to generation, master to disciple, father to son. The Wheel of Life continues. Boom, and then we start our show. It has to go generation to generation. So we should be able to simply say, Coach, who drilled you? Who was your drill sergeant? Who gave you these moves? And he'll be like, oh, back in my day, boom, boom, boom. Simple. So anyone who's a master should very simply be able to just to say, this was my master. But that person doesn't exist because this idea of master, like I told you in China, doesn't exist. So they wouldn't be able to contemplate it. Just like if you now ask me, who's your master? I can't tell you. I can only tell you a lie. That's all I can tell you. I can tell you two things. One is the abbot, and he's only my master by default because he is the abbot. Is that clear as well? Yeah. Outside of that, there's no other person that I called master. I could lie to you and say some of the people that like coached me and helped me. Oh yeah, what's his name? His name is Okay, yeah, Shifu Yan Li, and I can like pull it out, but you'll be able to tell that it doesn't make sense. And then by all means, you could say, so did he teach you everything you know? And then you would answer, well, no. I would say, well, no. And then you'd say, okay, so who was your other master? You wouldn't be able to pull them out because Kung Fu doesn't work like that. Like the way it's presented in the West doesn't work like that. That's why in China, it doesn't work like that. Yeah. And that's why in England, guess what's not working? Guess what's not working? Kung Fu. Yeah. Because how many of these spiritual great masters are we seeing the next generation? Are we seeing the next generation? I don't think so.
Okay, just on that point then as well, this idea of like iron palm, iron fist, all that kind of stuff. I always thought that was approved by a master. Like there's somebody coming and go, yeah, you are now, iron palm. How does that work? Is that this a self-proclaimed thing, or is it something that you can do? Yeah.
I mean, to put it simple, it's self-proclaimed. What is again, these are things that this is where Wu-Tang manipulated and exploited for cultural benefit, right? And it sounds great. I'll hit you with the iron palm, boom, boom. It's got a power to it. Again, these are all self-proclaimed ideas that give an individual power. What are we going to train today? Okay, George, today we're going to do the iron palm. Woo, iron palm. What does it mean? It's just doing push-ups on your fist. That's it. That's it. It's a training technique. It's nothing more than a simple exercise that has been blown out of proportion with wording. And that is one thing that the culture of China in terms of storytelling is incredible, impeccable. And everyone who's watching me talk, by all means, I can inspire as well. But generally speaking, I hope to touch the lives of people who might already be interested in martial arts or interested in Kung Fu or interested in Shaolin. Bruce Lee was one of the first people. His interview where he's wearing a suit and the guy says, can you do a demonstration? And he stands up and says, sure, no problem. And he stands up and he says, well, you know, there's the crane and there's the tiger. You know, in Way of the Dragon, he does a back kick. What does he say? Dragon whips his tail. Yeah, all of these ideas and wordplay come from the Chinese system of martial arts. When you translate them into English, they sound like fire. Did you know what the finger handstand is called? The Buddha finger. How incredible. You know what I do? I do the Buddha finger. Yeah, that's very powerful. The title alone. What does it entail? It's just push-ups on your finger, bro. That's it. It's nothing magical, just like a bench press. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just reps and sets. You progress. You can progress from 60 kg up to 80, up to 100. Then you start hitting high numbers. Yeah, you can start on all 5. Anyone can do that, up against the wall. And yeah, you progress to a high level. No one calls you a master, but by all means, you could become a master of a technique. Maybe you go gym and you've mastered the bench. And you know the homie, you say, yo, this dude mastered the bench, bro. You say, what do you mean? Anytime, just call him out, 160, bam. Be like, damn, no way. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just an experience. Doesn't give you an advantage anywhere else. You know, it doesn't mean that I could fight you any better than if I didn't do the iron finger. What would make me fight you better is if I practiced actual fighting. Me and you putting gloves on and having a fight. And even then, it would be competitive fighting. If you've ever done sparring, I've got loads of gloves here, we could spar. Are you trying to hurt me? No. Am I trying to hurt you? No. So even that, if we go out on the street and someone actually tries to rob us and they pull a knife out, well, then a whole different instinct comes in. What, you're just going to square up and do some boxing in the hope that you don't get sliced? No, of course not. It's a life and death situation, which I hope no one experiences. I hope that upon no one. Today, I'm yet to experience that. And I have enough confidence as a human being, as a fully able individual, as a man with strength and power, that if that happens, I would approach it confidently. The scenario would be 50-50. I can't control life, but I would approach it with my utmost. But in terms of outside of that danger, I don't want to do anything that's violent. I don't want to fight you. I've done some sparring. Yeah, got a sore jaw. Oh, I got a bad leg. For what? To prove that I could beat you in a sparring match. Doesn't benefit me too much. I'd rather go one-on-one on the courts where we can both finish the game. I won or you won, and we can go home happy. No injuries, no nothing, right? I'd rather play blackjack with you. I don't need to punch you in the face and get punched in the face. I think there's also something psychological there, which actually I wrote it down. There's something psychological there, which that needs to be questioned. People often ask about fighting and what I do. Could it be used for fighting? Well, of course it could. You know, you got the dragon claw, where if I grab your throat, it's going to work. Of course, doing finger push-ups, if I jab you, it's going to hurt. But quite funny, the system that I do and the movements, which are whatever you want to call them, dance, flowery, they look incredible. What I do looks incredible. It won't work in a fight though, apparently. How about weaponry? So I can move a stick with grace and power. Some of these other dudes, they can't even use weapons. So surely that would dictate to you and tell you that if I've mastered this movement with this weapon, well, if you roll up on me, bap, 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 I could use it. right? Even though I'm not fighting with the stick, I could use it. I can do that with my fist too. My legs are super flexible. If I needed to, you're 6'7", I could kick you in the face because I stretch often. So if someone says, oh, that tiger style is useless, no, not at all. You know, anyone playing basketball is also fully able, right? They don't practice fighting, but I'm sure if they got into a fight, they'll do much better than a person who doesn't train. You know, any form of physical training is going to give you those advantages to fight. So fighting and this question of like, what can you fight? You would like, I had one dude, and I'll name him. He's going to get frustrated. It's going to be funny. His name is Shiffle Brown, and we can go into that. He got on my YouTube recently. He's attacking me, you know, and I'm just hitting him back with sarcasm. And he's attacking me, talking about he wants to fight me, this and that. And I said to my students the next day, I read it to them, it's public. And I said, you know what would be crazy? I said, I would love it, but it won't happen because it's just talk. I would love it. Imagine I'm teaching a class in a temple. Boom, the door's open. I'm here to challenge you. And we have a fight. I lose. If I win, woof, puts me up there on the rankings. Oh yeah, that one guy, White Dragon, someone rolled up to his temple, he put him straight down to, is it gonna happen? No. These are scenarios, that's how I play the scenario, as if it's a glorified movie scene. So for me, it's just fun and games, and that is about it. Am I really gonna fight someone? No, of course not. You know, none of these people wanna fight me, and nor do I wanna fight them. You know, if we wanted to fight, I got a gym right there, I can go fight. After this interview, I could go do some sparring. But I don't want to, purely because I'll get injured. You know, it hurts. It hurts to fight. No, I don't want to do that. I want to go push some weights, do some what I call bunny hops. I'm going to come back here, do some calisthenics, do some cool flips, do some finger push-ups, have some tea, do a drawing, go home, happy, rested, sleep, wake up, next day, do the same thing. So it is easy. When you say I didn't choose the easy option, to me, it's so easy. Like life is just so perfect. I often say to my students when I'm talking about certain things, I say, you know what's interesting is it all makes sense. Like, don't try and complicate it. It's 2 + 2 it makes sense, right? It's 4. Someone starts telling you 2 + 2 is 3, then you've got to question that. But it all makes sense. Training makes sense. Health makes sense. Like I follow a vegan diet. To me, it makes sense. It's smooth. It allows me to achieve everything that I need. If it wasn't, then I wouldn't do it because it wouldn't make sense. You should only do what makes sense. You know, like, why would you do anything else? Well, the only reason you would do anything else is because you're confused. And sometimes confused people need help. And that's not a problem either. That's what learning is. We learn together to enable someone who may be confused to find the answers in order to grow. But meanwhile, simultaneously, whilst we're on this journey of growth, and in this particular moment, we're studying the idea of Kung Fu and Shaolin, many of the things you seem confused. And the reason you're confused is because there's a vast amount of diverse knowledge, and it's a balance between fact and fiction, and you don't know yet how to distinguish the two. You know, and that's what it is. It's just like magic, and I love magic.
I mean, I completely agree. Like, my experience is the Western experience, what I've seen on TV, what I've heard from the people I've spoken to, you know, that kind of stuff. And I think I said to you before, but you know, my brothers and sisters know this, like the idea of going to China for me is something that I need to do. Like, that's something I would like to do and want to do. I think it's a shame that some of this conversation will be judged by the fact that you're a white person.
Well, yeah, but that's what I love.
Yeah.
See, it's a shame, but that's what I mean. Everything.
I don't mean that in any kind of like.
No. But I love that.
Yeah.
I love the fact that we're still in a moment in time where a lot of what I say, no matter how much sense it makes, it will be disregarded because of the very thing I'm talking about, discrimination and racism. And that for me is beautiful, because that is exactly what puts me up there. Because without that, maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't be who I am. because it would have been too easy. But it's the fact that I'm having to fight my way through. You see, in my mind, everything that's a challenge is like a movie. I have no problem with having to overcome challenges. It is through the process of overcoming challenges that we become strong. When was the last time you went to do the bench so you could do the bench? No, you do the bench or the squat or the deadlift or anything you do to improve. By default, that's what we want, no?
Yeah.
I want to go gym to get stronger. Like, so I'm living my life each day to get stronger, to get better. So any challenges, including, like I said, it's nice for me to have discrimination against me because it makes my job so much easier. Because rather than have to actually fight knowledge, I'm fighting things that don't exist. Like, come on now, what, because I'm white, I wouldn't have this knowledge? Because I'm white, no, I can speak Chinese. I did live in Shaolin. I've toured all over the world. I have Guinness World Record students. I train all day, every day. Check my Instagram. The feed is just non-stop creativity. If still questioning my recognition, if me searching, for recognition is what is needed here, I'm not interested in that. I'm not here to, no one's opinion is going to help validate who I am. Instead, I'm here to share my actual journey, my day-to-day activity, and the things that I've experienced. I wish to share with others in the hope to provoke question and to inspire and to give people the knowing that if I did what I have done, they can do whatever it is they want to do through the power of Kung Fu, remembering what Kung Fu means. Anything. Everything is Kung Fu, and Kung Fu is everything. It's just the idea of dedication and effort over time. That's all it is. You can do it with basketball, you can do it with magic, you can do it with drawing, you can do it with dance, you can do it with, like some people, with speaking, you know, and all of those skills are great to rack up, you know, and we have to think about what it means to be human. In my eyes, first and foremost, we have sleep, food, and exercise. Those are the three main pillars. Outside of those pillars, we can get creative. You know, with diet, it doesn't need to be straight, simple all the time. We can get creative with it. With our exercise, the same. I mean, all we really need to do is walk, do some push-ups and pull-ups and squats, and we're good. But that might just get boring. So with creativity, we can play basketball, way more fun. We can go hit the gym, be there for hours, way more fun. We can do some Kung Fu, way more fun. Not all. This special form will defeat the opponent and is a special fighting technique, but the dragon style or the mantis style is no good. You know, you're off topic now. You're thinking you're a Shaolin warrior on horseback with a spear about to go to war. That does not exist anymore. We're living in modern times. And although, yes, Kung Fu and martial arts is technically a system of martial arts, a way to fight, an ancient tradition of China, nowadays, it's a way of life. Spider-Man surely does martial arts. Bruce Wayne, all of the X-Men, right? They're all cool dudes who fight and do their thing. It's a story. When I was a kid, I was always Wolverine. I was always Spider-Man. What am I doing? No, I'm just moving. Don't go too deep. You know, people get so attached as if they know the answers and I don't. You know, like, oh, you think you're Shaolin. No, I don't think I'm Shaolin. I'm just a guy. I'm doing something cool. You can call it whatever you want to call it. It would help if we categorize things. Let's call basketball and football. I'm not going to say, hey, George, you want to go play football? You say, yeah, hell yeah. And then you turn up in your football gear and we're playing basketball. That's just confusing. So when we categorize things, it's only for the simplicity of sharing. You know, of course I'm doing Shaolin. Of course I've dedicated my life to Kung Fu. You can see it's not questionable, but that's exactly what you just said. Even now, I'm 36 years old. When I was 18, 19 and people were racially stereotyping me, I thought, okay, this is a problem. But now at 36, I realized that this is just part of society and that I don't need to validate. I don't need any validation from anyone else or their opinion. Muhammad Ali said it. Bruce Lee said it. You know, Bruce Lee said, I'm not living in this world to live up to your expectation, and you're not in this world to live up to mine. It's as simple as that. You know, again, it makes sense.
I hope you're enjoying this episode so far. Christmas is approaching, and as you guys know, we always do a Christmas sale of the posters and the journals. So right now you can get the Not a Journal. I'm trying to see if I can see a poster. There's a poster behind me. So the Not a Journal is something that I created years ago. I launched this whole business using this journal. It's just a no bullshit way of getting stuff done. So you affirm your goals every single day for the day, the week, the month, the year. You have a list of ticking them off. You have a note section, and it's a non-dated journal. Honestly, so many people have found success in this, and I know you guys are reordering. So it is now buy one, get one free using code 2025 at checkout, in combination with this, the t-shirts on the website, and also the posters behind me. The poster is the Memento Mori poster. That represents 32 years of my life. You shade in a box every single week, and it is the best reminder of your time is extremely precious. They make unbelievable gifts, and they come in these amazing display tubes and with the frames as well. And yeah, they're buy one, get one free. So mix and match across the posters, the journals, and the t-shirts. All buy one, get one free on the website, mulliganbrothers.com. Use code 2025 with the link down below.
Okay, so I mean, on this subject of Shaolin in China, it's a big business. Like there is money behind it.
Yeah.
When that's usually the case, and especially in a developing country, there is like an underbelly to that as well. You know, there's usually some kind of like a dark side to that. Does it not worry you speaking about it so factually, or so, you know, is that something that's concerned you? And have you ever experienced anything like backlash or anything like that from that darker side? You don't have to answer it on camera.
Yeah, no, I will. No, of course. No problem. The answer to do with Shaolin and Kung Fu, no. The answer to do with China, yes. But within the Shaolin system, no. Within the Shaolin system, again, it's so unorganized that it's not at a level to have that level of control within the communities. They're just about figuring out how to do whatever they need to do. From my perspective, like all of these shifus and masters, they can't even function that correctly just yet to make it functional, to make it big. So I fully support what they're trying to do. So the Shaolin monastery right now is doing its utmost to really create something that is substantial in the West. Why? I don't know. You know, I didn't ask my master. I didn't ask the abbot that question. Maybe I should. Maybe you can. What their motive is, I mean, the fundamental of it would be just to simply share the Shaolin culture. Obviously, there's something deeper there. It's linked into, again, mainstream capitalism, money making, etc., etc. Is that what I do? No. In terms of not am I part of that, but is that what I want to achieve? No. I mentioned what I want to achieve. And to put it in a nutshell, what I want to do during my life is share the possibility of realizing a Kung Fu dream with others like me. What does that mean? Anyone who's seen Dragon Ball, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, listens to the Wu-Tang, seen Kung Fu Panda, and wants to realize and live out the amazing, incredible things that they've seen, I'm doing that. I'm living that. I would love to share that with people. All the other things, some of the philosophical, spiritual masters that are existing out there, some of the other Shaolin so-called monks out there, I'm not interested in what they're doing. And I believe that they have their own goals and mission. I may not agree with the way in which they achieve it, but it's ultimately none of my business. However, I do not agree with exploiting religion and stereotypes. And that's where my problem is with some of these individuals. Outside of that, no problem. The temple itself are doing their thing to make it more mainstream and to give access to more people. I believe that there's a void and they're losing a lot of the potential with what has actually made Kung Fu famous. So the Jackie Chans, the Bruce Lee, the Wheel of Life, that standard of show is fading. Most recently in the UK, we had an extraordinary show. I had a news report done on us going to see it called Wing Chun. Did you manage to watch it or no? No. It's a great theatre show. It's left the UK now. I'm sure it will be back next year. And it's a story of Wing Chun. It's a story of Yip Man. And it's a beautifully presented and composed story about Wing Chun. It's a stage show, but it's not Shaolin. It's not at all spiritual. And that's the direction that level of, what's the word? That's the direction that the upscale, powerful Kung Fu is hitting the West. Whereas when I was a kid, it was the Shaolin. So it was the Shaolin Wheel of Life, and it was mind-boggling. It was mind-blowing. You know, it was those myths and legends of the Buddha finger that inspired me. Now what we're seeing is a generation of a more watered down version, which may even be more traditional. Like, again, I don't necessarily have those answers and the deep history research of thousands of years to know the answers there, but it's not something that in particular interests me. Just like fighting doesn't interest me, what's happening with the Shaolin systems in the West doesn't interest me. I'm about, and I will always say it again to make myself clear, I'm about the high-flying, kick-ass Kung Fu moves that make you feel like a superhero. That's what Kung Fu does to me. The other areas, the philosophies and Confucius and Lao Tzu and Bruce Lee, these figures who play a huge role in Kung Fu in the West, their philosophies and teaching are fantastic and give you immense knowledge on how to live a positive, morally right life. And we all need guidance. We all need guidance. And that's what I want to share. You know, that's what I want to share. I don't want to hide behind any image.
Those philosophies, do things come to mind? Like, I know you had some notes on your phone and stuff. Is there anything that's like comes to mind that you're like, these are the sort of teachings that I think people should really start to soak up and look at?
Yeah, there are many philosophies that come to mind. What come to mind for me are more just, you know, snippet quotes and ideas, which when you hear, you can play into your life again as concepts to make your life make sense for you. And some of them, they're all very extraordinary and they're all pulled from traditional scriptures. But a lot of them you'll see in the West. I mean, in Dragon Ball, in Kung Fu Panda. I mean, I have sayings. I don't need to open my phone. You know, I have sayings as if they were written on the back of my hand. You know, some of the ones that I love are things like, you have to remember you do not need to be great to start, but you need to start to be great. That's extremely important. Bruce Lee's one, you know, to be formless, shapeless, like water. Now water, you put water into a cup, it becomes a cup. You put water into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Like these ideas, like what does it mean? It means exactly what it's saying. You know, you can be formless, you can be shapeless. You have to be able to adapt to any scenario, any situation. stemming from the idea of water, one that many now, let's take some from Kung Fu Panda, your mind, because people often ask me about inner peace. And, I think on top of people wanting this appealing idea of a master, they also don't want answers, because sometimes it's the magic of confusion that gives you a sense of meaning. Whereas when something becomes too clear, it loses its power. So the idea with water anyway is that your mind is like this water. When agitated, it's hard to see. But when it settles, everything becomes clear. And those ideas, and I'm laughing because I think I'm quite an interesting character. Those ideas don't come from actually training Kung Fu. They come from magic. And I might have to pull out some cards in a minute and do a little something on camera. Straight away that comes to mind, there's two things with magic. One is what you can call real magic, sleight of hand, Kung Fu. It takes years of development. The second is magic tricks you can buy on Amazon, and we could order it right now and it would come, and we could learn it in a few minutes, and it would fool some people, but anyone can do it. Again, there's no value. So for me, those are the two things happening in the Shaolin system. There's these gimmicks and these ideas, the robes and the metal that breaks, and this kind of push out philosophy that you can become a master. And then there's the real sleight of hand that takes years and years of practice and can only be developed through that practice. But the two, when you don't know, are very hard to distinguish. So that, for me, those lessons that I learned when I was a kid doing magic, the reason I was laughing, because I wanted to say something along these lines, is that quite often when we're learning Kung Fu, what happens on the poster, on the website is, and this is rule number 1 when you learn magic. Did you ever do magic?
A little bit, is it? Yeah.
Okay, so rule number 1 is the first thing you never do when you whip out the cards. The first thing is you don't say, this is an ordinary deck of cards. Because straight away you spark the thought that, hold on a minute, is this a trick deck of cards? So I find it so interesting that on these posters and whatnot, authentic Kung Fu. And it's just like, hold on a minute, bro. I didn't even know fake Kung Fu existed, but now I've got that question. And that's why, again, I think knowing how to advertise, knowing how to present yourself, these are skills that you learn throughout different areas of your life, different educational periods. Like I said, school wasn't for me, but learning was for me. I love to learn. I love to develop. I'm constantly developing. So those little ideas there for me are important here, because those are things that I still hold on to, and quite interesting. All of this links in, if you're finding it interesting. Like a master, the way I learned magic was just like out of a Kung Fu movie. So in the Kung Fu movie, I've asked you a few questions and so far you've gotten them all right. Let's see how this one goes. Typically in a Kung Fu movie, the old school Kung Fu movies, how does the young student learn?
From a master.
Okay, so different answer, but yeah, cool. For me, it's a different idea. For me, is normally that one student, Jackie, for example, he never learns from a master. In fact, in all of the movies, he was the cleaner, he was the bad kid. He would watch whilst he's cleaning the floor. I think in Snake in the Eagle's Shadow, he's literally the cleaner, and the coach, there's no master. The coach is an absolute arse and kind of beats him, but he's there on the floor and he's studying the moves. That's how he learns. And then he bumps into the old master in the street and he saves him, and then the old master takes him in and puts him through these vigorous training techniques. So it's the same for me, like with magic, is I would go to this famous store, which unfortunately closed down during COVID after over 200 years, I think, called Davenport Magic, which was one of the oldest magic stores in London, deep in Charing Cross Station. Lots of homeless people, and you'd walk to the back, very dark place. It was very mystical. And we would go there and buy magic tricks and learn magic tricks. And again, you can buy gimmick tricks there, and you can get books on real card magic, and it takes years to practice. What I would do is I'd go in, and they would only have a handful of tricks that they could do. And every person who came in, they would do some tricks. I would stand on the left and watch, and I would stand on the right and watch, and I would figure things out. And I found that again, that hands-on method of learning and watching is how I learned best. Not everyone learns that way, but it's how I learned best. And these tricks that people would then buy were extremely expensive. So, £50, £100 for like a gimmick or something like that. I didn't have that sort of money. So for me, it was the adventure of learning, opposed to the instant gratification of learning how to do something. And that is, again, where I think with Kung Fu, the 10,000 hours comes in. This weird mistake is that people quite often get tricked into wanting to know more about something that there's not too much to know about. So like with magic, if I give you a gimmick and it's self-working, literally once I teach you how to do it, you'll probably be disappointed. But in the moment that you don't know how to do it, you're so flurried with thought on how it could possibly be done that carries you. I think that's what happens with the iron bar. I had a very interesting guy that came, and he's been trying to contact me for months. Finally came to my class, was outside on Saturday, wanted to talk to me, and I don't have a huge amount of time. I've got a few people here. There's a few students. So he joined in, we did some training, and I hope I'm a fascinating individual. And he comes up to me at the end before he's left. He said, "I got one question for you." I said, "Fire away, my man, fire away." And he said, the needle through the glass, is that real?" And I just laughed and said, "What do you think? I've just given a big talk, a big training session. What do you think?" And he said, "I'm not sure." And I said, "Here's a needle." And I said, like, I showed him that there's needles here, just in that cupboard. And it was like, those things are not necessary. Of course, it's real. It's just a needle. You train it, it goes through the glass. It's quite easy. The metal, you train, it goes through the glass. Breaking a brick, quite easy. If it's been designed to break, it's going to break, it's going to work. But those aren't the secrets of Kung Fu. Like you said, the 360 dunk is not that hard. For those who are tall enough and can jump high enough, it's actually quite easy. Of course, you pull up a little kid who can't touch the hoop and tell him slam dunk, it seems like something impossible. Simply drop the hoop, he'll be able to do a 360 dunk too. So it's those things that people buy into. People buy into it, and I'm not sure why. That's just how I'm built. I never bought into those things. Nike Town, I don't know if you've been to Nike Town in central London, the same. I love going there. Every month, the whole ground floor, they change it. Overnight, they change it and do some crazy marketing thing. I love going there, not to buy £600 trainers, but to go there and be inspired. Because for me, it's that creativity, it's the videos they produce that are powerful. I mean, when have you seen a pair of Nike trainers in a Nike advert? You don't.
Yeah.
They're not selling you the product. They're selling you the idea, the powerful idea. Again, like me on stage, I'm selling you the idea to draw you in, and then the training happens. The 10,000 hours of doing kicks up and down, of doing box splits, of doing finger push-ups. That's the real training. If we have to put context on what's authentic, what's real, what's fake, that's where the real training happens.
Yeah, I mean, just on that as well, I love the Nike. The way Nike sell you is just incredible.
It's perfect. There will never be a brand like them.
Yeah.
Because you can't have two.
It's a story, man. Yeah, I absolutely love it. We spoke earlier about manifestation, and we're sat in a building, that's it's been here for a while, and you've designed the whole thing. It's pretty incredible. But like, how has manifestation been involved in your life? How you used it?
Cool. Wow. So yeah, another part of what I like to share with people is that although this is my business and this is how I make money, this is actually, for me, my life and how I experience life. And through that, I'm able to survive. I wouldn't say I'm poor, and I wouldn't say I'm rich. I'm able to eat the food that I need, and I'm able to have the shelter that allows me to live the life that I want. This temple is very much that. It's the embodiment of my childhood, my experience in China, and it's filled with details which have empowered me to achieve my goals. First and foremost, I mean, this building was derelict for over 20 years. From 2009 is when we picked it up. Before that, this main structure, it was just one structure, was a factory, a glass factory. And since then, we've transformed it into this area that we're sitting in, which I call the hyperbolic time chamber. So if you're familiar with that from Dragon Ball, it's a training chamber where you go in for one day and you come out for one day. But whilst you're in, it's as if you've been there for 1 year. So what happens is you go in for the day and then you come out and you've got all of this experience because really you've been inside for 1 year. So for me, when I was coming up with the ideas of this area, I wanted it to be very plain, very clean, fully matted and mirrored, so you could really focus on your development, using your body as a tool of self-expression through movement, in particular the animal styles of Kung Fu, the weaponry, acrobatics, etc. It's developed, and I've got some calisthenics bars which pop in and out of the walls. We've built towers and vaults that we do kind of parkour style moves. And yeah, that is the main chamber. On top of that, we've created a front entrance area, which is more just like a living quarters. It's a place for myself, my son, some of my closest students to come and chill. Obviously, eating is part of what we do. We have to eat. So when we're here, we cook up food. I follow a vegan diet. I've been vegetarian all my life, but after living in China, although most people that I know who live at Shaolin are not vegetarian or vegan, in China, they don't, or when I grew up there, but still, they don't have a lot of butter, milk, cheese, these type of products. So when I lived in China, I was pretty much vegan. And again, talking about labels, I'm not actually vegan. If it was your birthday or someone's birthday as a cake and it had a bit of egg in it, no problem, I'll have a slice of cake. Meat, I don't go near, but I just don't like butter, cheese, milk, these type of items. What happened, I moved back from China and I found that I started eating those things. The first thing I did when I came back to England and I stayed with my parents was I had a big bowl of Wheatos, chocolate Wheatos with milk. And I had Country Life butter, slammed it on thick white bread. And I was just indulging in the things that I apparently missed. You know, I didn't realize I missed them until I opened the fridge. It was like, oh, you know, Country Life butter. And it was great. But what I realized, I put on weight fairly quickly. And I realized it was those things that I changed about my diet. So I decided to remove them from my diet. At this time, we're talking about 2009, 2010, vegan wasn't really a thing. I didn't even know the word vegan back then, I don't think. So, but that's what I became. So then veganism became very popular, I think more like 2011, 12, 13 even. And yeah, technically I'm vegan. So if we went out to eat pizza, I'm not going to have pizza with cheese. I'm going to have the vegan option. So I'm not going to eat that sort of thing. But again, if there's a little bit of milk in a chocolate bar, I'm not going to, you know, go crazy on it. I'm not strict vegan. I find, again, those people that I know who are strict, they once ate meat, then they're strict vegan, and then guess what, 5 years later, oh, they're back to meat because their body didn't agree with it or something like that. But for me, it's just a steady and slow. There's another one for you. Steady and slow is the way we grow. And I fully believe that with the training, with the physical training, with the form development, with the mind development, with the temple. Bring it back to the temple. So yeah, we built ourselves a kitchen and a little living area, and then out in the courtyard. The courtyard, I would say, is where I spent most of my time developing the temple. The courtyard, which is where a lot of my videos are shot, people just can't believe that it's not in China. You know, it literally, you step through the gates, and that was one of the things I wanted to capture, was my life and experience in the Shaolin monastery, is that as soon as you come through and you close those gates and you can't see any buildings around you, you could very much be in China. The architecture, the artwork, the doors, the patterns on the doors, everything has been hand built by myself and fellow students who have been able to support me over the years. And it's a work in progress. It wasn't done in a year, 2 years. It's taken 15 years to reach this current level, and there's still goals and visions to keep moving it forward. Outside, mirroring the idea that you see in the Chinese temples in China, is a courtyard with this main building, and on the left and right are two smaller buildings. One is just a study room where we use that for quiet time, sitting down, studying, whether it's Chinese or drawing or anything like that. And the room on the left side is actually labeled as the meditation room, but T, my son, has taken over and is filled with his never-ending collection of Dragon Ball and Legos. Dragon Ball toys and Legos, from Ninjago to Friends and Transformers, Marvel, and he's kind of got them all on display because he spends a lot of time here as well. To the left side, we have the training chamber where we put our work in. There's a selection of some of my role models who inspired me, and still today, training with them, overlooking me, gives me a sense of not just accomplishment, but drive, kind of reminding me that although some of them are still here, some of them are not, wherever they are, they're overlooking me. And that gives me motivation to keep up with what I'm doing. We have a little weight area, and there's a nice quote up on the wall about greatness and what it means to be great and how greatness is in us all. And somehow we've come to believe that greatness is reserved just for the chosen few, but actually with the right mindset and ethics, anything is possible. And that's about it. Well, upstairs, I also have an office space, which has become where I spend a lot of time. I do a lot of, like I said, for me, life, it really does make sense. And all of the things that I was drawn to as a child, including my overall journey, which we haven't finished, by the way, we've got to get back to it. From drawing to building, to Kung Fu, to clothing design, and everything else, my office space has become a part of the temple where I'm able to realize all of that. Social media just fell into my hand like nobody's business. You know, like as a kid, I would be using a camcorder to try to recreate fight scenes from Jackie Chan movies. We'll be putting together little skits and things like that. One which I'm sure you would have done, I'm sure you must have done, I think we all did it, was, you know, where you're recording with the camcorder and then you jump and you stop and then you change location and you land and you run it back. Like, I was intrigued with all of that. And man, that's what I mean when I say fun and games, is that I look back and we did the most that we could do with what we had, but it was, boy, was it limiting. You know, that was about now what you can do simply just with your phone, and what I've achieved simply with my mind and manifesting it into this temple is astonishing, you know. And I like to show and tell people that that's what it is. So when you come here, it's like an experience. It is not about this being a dojo where you come to learn under a master and the master is masterful and teaches you a lesson. It's an experience to come into my world and just to have a glimpse of what I've achieved, in the hope that that will inspire you to continue on your journey. One of the biggest inspirations here is the rise of the dragon up on the wall, and inside the dragon's mouth is the dragon scroll. And what is the dragon scroll? Well, again, I took that from Kung Fu Panda, and the dragon scroll holds the secrets to Kung Fu. Who wouldn't want the dragon scroll? Well, if you've seen Kung Fu Panda, you know what happens when the dragon warrior finally reveals the dragon scroll. It's merely a mirror reflecting back at him, because there are no secrets. The secret is already within you. So I like to bring those ideas. Meanwhile, I hear other masters saying that, you know, their master is the best and that they've got the secret of Kung Fu and X, Y, and Z, and they will share with you. For me, I'm here to tell you, I don't have any secrets of Kung Fu. I have me and the embodiment of what I've achieved, and I'm happy to share that with everyone to show what I've done. And if you're interested in what I've achieved and think that it's extraordinary, then boy, copy what I've done. You know, use my story as inspiration. Of course, you can reach out to me and train with me, but if you're not local or you live around the world, it's not necessary to come and train specifically with me. Maybe one time, maybe as an experience, a pilgrimage, if you like, to come to the temple to train. But ultimately, everything you need is already within. And that's what the Dragon Scroll is all about. There is no secret ingredient. Around the temple, you'll see lots of other bits and pieces. You'll see the old manuscripts that I've got, which are the comic books that I read as a kid that taught me some of the training techniques that I still use today. We've got, man, one of my the greatest items here at the temple is the Sword of Omens. So when I was a kid, I was fascinated by Thundercats, and I had the sword, and I still have the plastic sword, and it's been passed down to my son T, and it's a short dagger. And when you say this phrase, it grows. You say thunder, thunder, Thundercats, ho, and you hold it up, and there's a stone right in the middle. And what that stone does, that's the omen gives you sight beyond sight. And boy, hearing that as a kid, that was Nike for me, you know, to have sight beyond sight, to write the future. That was like, wow. And recently I got my very own actual Sword of Omen replica. It's a beautiful piece of art. So that's scattered around. So there's lots of tales hidden within the temple that as you spend more time here, you start to find and unveil, and they allow you to progress. You know, they allow you to progress. I do believe it's a journey, and I don't believe that any one individual has the ability to give you what it is you're searching for. Instead, I like to look at myself, if anything, as a teacher or as a big brother. I am here simply, the temple is here simply to facilitate growth. And that's for me and for whoever's here with me. It's not to dictate. It's not to say I'm the best. It's not to make any claims, but instead just as a space that allows other like-minded people to have the opportunity to realize their potential through Kung Fu, just as I did. And we'll get back to how I did that.
Yeah. So we're going to do a tour of this place, you know.
Yes.
Next time we visit down here, we'll do a tour and the show, because the inspiration really interesting to me, because they're not typical people you would think that you would be your inspiration, which is fantastic. So yeah, just to make sure we do cover the story, because that's one of the most important things
we can get back to the story.
The documentary. Yeah.
There's not too much left of it, and I'll keep it.
I'll let you rip for it then. So we was at like...
So we was at, I've just moved to China.
Yeah.
And man, it's like a dream come true. It's like living out of a Drunken Master movie. That's what it was. You know, I was living on a plank of wood, running mountains, crawling down, training for hours and hours on end. And it was just, wow. It was probably one of the first times in my life that I felt that I was living, right? So I wasn't being woken up to go to school to do something that I didn't want to do, and I've got to tidy my room. It was actually enjoyable. It was just incredible. It was like summer holidays with meaning, you know, because summer holidays would come around for school and you didn't actually know what you wanted to do. You just knew that you didn't have to go to school, right? It was like, yes, no school. But again, that's the wrong mentality. You didn't know what you did want to do. You'd end up playing run outs, and you would go to the park and shoot some hoops and maybe do a drawing, but you didn't have much structure. So this was the first time I had a solid structure, very intense, but I was able just to flow, you know, like the Bruce Lee quote, to literally empty your mind, be formless, shapeless. That's how I felt, you know, and it was just living in the moment. One of the beautiful quotes from Kung Fu Panda, which is, "You are too concerned with what was and what will be." There's a saying, the past is history, the future a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why we call it the present. And I like to extend on that. And every time you receive a present, what do? You celebrate. So for me, in that moment in time, living in China, every day literally felt like a gift. And every time I was receiving a present, I was celebrating. And I was celebrating how? Not by indulging and eating cake, which again, a very extraordinary idea that we train and we fast and we do everything right, but then on your birthday we're going to just mess everything up only to reset the next day. So for me, no, the celebration was, wow, I can actually celebrate, and with each celebration it's like it leads to the next celebration. It's like winning and winning, and that continued for months on end. Months on end. Yeah, of course, there was little injuries, knee here and little stub toe and but nothing stopped me. I was 100% in the zone, and it felt like magic. That's how the only way I can describe it. That was it. That was the realization of what I wanted. Boom. But life is interesting, and it doesn't stop there. So as I got deeper into it, in the future, we can discuss a little bit more about perhaps my life for such an extended period in the city of Dongfang. I would love to go into detail and talk about some of the methods and things that allowed me to realize my dream. But after living there for a substantial amount of time, a few big things, a few big highlights. One, I started to perform. So I was asked to come on various tours and trips around China, which allowed me to explore China and get on stage. As I said, I loved being on stage. The only other time I was able to perform as a kid, I also mentioned that, I loved to dance, and dance was something I would do on stage. So being able to now bring to life Kung Fu on stage in front of Chinese audiences and be celebrated was powerful. Again, so it was like another notch to say, yes, this is the dream. Then, crazy, I was chosen to be a coach at one of the Shaolin Temple training grounds, and I became a coach where I was teaching 30 children between the ages of 6 all the way up to like 19 years old. And it was quite an experience, Again, in the future, we can go into some of the methods that I brought, from my basketball experience and how I changed the way we were training. So my group was training, obviously, very different to some of the other groups. And that's why I was chosen, because I had a different perspective to bring to the training, and it was valued. And that was fantastic. Off the back of that, we'll do it in order, probably the most substantial point in my life was I met my wife. So I met my wife in the city of Dongfang, and she had been a student of a school, one of the the biggest martial arts school in the world called Targo. And right now they have over 30,000 students. She was visiting with a friend from school, from the local area, Zhengzhou, where she was now a university student, or college student more so. And she was visiting, and we bumped into each other and we hit it off. And that, obviously, she became my wife. So it was love at first sight. We were 18 years old and we've been together ever since. Actually, it's over half my lifetime and over half her lifetime. That was a fantastic experience that I would have never had if I didn't live in Shaolin. And from that, there was like a chain effect. So the first one was when we met her family, which was an extraordinary, was a very extraordinary and interesting experience. Obviously, they were in rural China, and to go back home with a Westerner was unheard of, So when she took me to visit her family, it was shocking for them. It was the first time they had seen a white person, like in person. And the idea that I would be dating their daughter was just unacceptable, literally very upfront, again, not in a major negative way, but where we were located, just straight up, you're white, she's Chinese, this cannot happen, this is not right, that was the reason, because I was a foreigner, nothing else. So I needed to win them over. So all of my skills came into play, my dance moves, my Michael Jackson songs, my magic tricks with my cards, which I must get out and do a little something for the camera. And then the biggest opportunity proposed itself, which was her little brother, who was 5-6 years old, and he was in the front room wearing these kind of sandals, feet were dirty, and he was just watching the screen, and he was watching a show called Ottoman, which is like the Chinese version of Power Rangers. It's actually a Japanese show, and then it's dubbed into Chinese, and he was just there mimicking the moves. And it was perfect, because I thought, okay, this is how I can win my position in the family. I said, look, clearly he loves Kung Fu. I'm a coach at the Shaolin Temple. How about I take him to the Shaolin Temple, and I'll take him under my wing, and he can train and live with me. And that's exactly what I did. You know, they agreed to that. I took this young boy. So again, quite like, I'm just saying it as it is because it's my life, but quite a crazy story. You know, there's a white guy who's a coach, takes a young Chinese boy to the Shaolin Temple, but it's all true, and this is what happened. So I took him, his name is Tian Si. Right now we call him TC, short for Tian and Si, 2 words, Tian Si. So I took Tian Si to the training ground of the Shaolin Monastery, and he began training. He began his Kung Fu journey, and he was a student of mine. And yeah, that was also incredible, because he, in that sense, was what I needed. Because, and when you do, and perhaps this is what the people who you've interviewed want to have, maybe, and perhaps that's the image they give you when they talk. When you go to China, it's hundreds of thousands of people training. The relationship between the coach and the student is not very personal at all. So maybe I didn't talk about that, but maybe that will put context onto the word shifu, because if we're spending every day like this over tea, and then we're doing some training, well, that's much more personal. Maybe perhaps you will become my disciple and I will be your master. But when we're merely just in a huge class of maybe 50 people, and I'm just a drill sergeant, and oh, I've changed role, oh, another coach has come in, and you're just going through coaches, that's why there's no master, right? So maybe I didn't touch on that. You know, maybe there's some things in the future that we can touch on there, which will make your understanding of it a little bit clearer. Because maybe when I'm saying what I'm saying, it's just going over your head and you're thinking,
No, I'm
So anyways, he became my disciple. He was living with me. We was doing everything together. He was in my class, of course, but then we would eat together. We would train together. He would get extra training with me. So that actually became, I don't want to be a master, but if we're talking about anything like that, that became a master-disciple relationship, because he's not my son. He's not my actual brother. That's what it was. It was a young kid by my side all the time. And man, it doesn't get much better than this. It doesn't. He got to experience a very unique perspective of Shaolin. So now, and this is not shocking or disturbing, but unfortunate now, and you'll come to Shaolin on a Sunday, it's rest day. What do? Yeah. You check out 5,000 Kung Fu students just up against the wall playing phones. Looks like a scene out of The Walking Dead, right? It's a takeover. When I grew up there, we didn't have smartphones, but it was similar. Everyone had their MP3, and that's what they would do. Me and Tiensa, on the other hand, we would go on adventures. We would go deep into the mountains. We would go to Damo's cave. In fact, just above Damo's cave, where Damo's statue is, there's a pagoda. And I've got all the photos. We camped out there many times, and I would sit there telling him stories and myth about the Shaolin. Because like I said, the spiritual side of it, they're training 10,000 hours. They're not sitting meditating over tea talking. They are physically training. It's intense. Outside of that, I was taking him into the mountains, telling him stories about the myth and legend of Shaolin and what I had heard. Things that some people, again, this is hugely true and maybe sad. I said that the city has over 100,000 students. You're going to go there, I know you will. Most of them have not and will not ever go into the Shaolin Temple. Some people I was in the Wheel of Life with had never actually been in the Shaolin Monastery. Yeah. So you need to see the structure of the city to fully understand it. I'm just giving you little bits which one day will fully make sense. But so he had this unique opportunity and he lived by my side, and it was very interesting relationship. I always, for whatever reason, I was always drawn to being a father, to wanting a family. I find meaning in that. Not everyone does, but for me, I did. So it wasn't a responsibility. It was actually a luxury. I felt happy to accommodate. And that built an amazing relationship with my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, and her family, because they could really see I was taking care of their son. That continued. We did a few projects there. We was part of a National Geographic documentary, lots of bits and pieces, just living the life. Then again, it sounds, when I'm saying it, there's all these thens, and it's like I'm making it up sometimes, but you can fact check it and it's all there. Then, like magic, this was the crazy point. I was actually selected to be part of the very same show that I had seen in the first place, The Wheel of Life. And I am still today the first and only non-Chinese Shaolin warrior to be part of that same show. So imagine from seeing the guy do the finger handstand on stage to now being the guy doing the finger handstand on stage. And the only way I got there, just like with an elite football team, is to be one of the best of the best. The spot for a show team like that is reserved for literally the best of the best. And only through, like any athlete, only through hours and hours of training can you make it there. And then on top of that, it's very competitive. And then on top of that, there's injury and other bits and pieces. There's definitely a whole lot of discrimination. However, I managed to overcome those things and I ended up in the show.
I hope you're enjoying this video, guys. This is the last interruption. I just want to say a massive thank you actually to all the channel members who have hit that join button down below. We are now offering exclusive videos and conversations from the interviews. We've got interviews with the Stoltman brothers and Master Shang Yi that didn't make the cut to the interview. And a lot of that is down to, it was just a fly on the wall for the documentary piece. And a lot of you want to hear those conversations. So you can find out exclusive interviews with the join button. All the contributions through the join button make this possible. Channel members is one of our biggest supporters to the videos. And that's what we like the most, that it's community led. And if you're on there and you want to make suggestions for future interviews, future series, we're all ears. And as we move towards the going out to China to do the Shaolin documentary, these are kind of the suggestions I want to hear from you guys. So if you want to hit the join button down below, you get sort of a little bit more of an exclusive look as what we're up to. Thank you to all the channel members for making this possible. Let's dive back into the episode.
Just on that point, was it, it's a big commercial thing, the Wheel of Life.
Yeah.
You're a white guy, almost maybe detracting from the sort of authenticity of it a little bit. So did you have to be on another level? Did you have to, was it more difficult?
I can't answer that honestly, to be honest, because I don't know. In the moment, I was just, as I am now, just who I am, just doing the best I could. So yeah, it was a great achievement for me, but I didn't like put in any extra work. So it wasn't like, oh, I felt that way. It was just an opportunity that came about and I was just like, wow, that's it. It was just like, this is just crazy, Before, there's too much of the story. Before I got chosen for the Wheel of Life, I was on another tour called Shaolin Warriors. And we went to Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. And this one was, for me, a little bit where the penny dropped. I remember going to Singapore and on the plane, Evolution, I had a small camcorder, a Canon camcorder, which I still have, maybe the DV tapes, and I've got loads of footage but I can't access because the camera's broken. So I'm looking for a way to get those DV tape content. I had the camera and I remember on the plane filming. This was where the penny dropped for me. I was filming and then we got to the hotel, and when we went into the hotel room, me and one guy, and I had the cables, put it on the TV and I'm watching, and I turned the camera around and I'm doing this. And at that moment, that's when I realized, hold on, I don't need to film no more. I'm not with them. I am one of them. So it wasn't like I was tagging along on the journey and I was documenting, oh, look at these guys. Like I was literally a shaved head dude, part of the show, and people were filming us. And that was like, again, watching it on the screen, I was like, this is just crazy. But yeah, that was a smaller tour. Still, it was a 2-hour theater show. It was excellent, a fantastic experience. But yeah, the Wheel of Life, nothing like it. Like to be on the stage, and that's why I said it will come back full circle, like the Namo Amitofo. The whole walking into the theater, every time, literally, there was not one time that we did the show, and it was intense. Weekends, we were doing a matinee, so four shows over 2 days. And then the rest of the time, we were performing every evening. And if we weren't in one location, we were traveling to the next. But man, there was not one show that didn't feel meaningful and powerful to me. And that's what I mean when I say being on stage is where I belong and where I feel most powerful. And that's why I train so intensely to perform on stage. So yeah, I'm not sure if I had to put in any extra work. I was just putting in the work.
Did you have a surreal moment though, stood on that stage, and looking out to the seats, thinking there's a kid out there,
Yes.
same as you, like...
Well, actually, no, see, I told you I can't make it up. You're gonna think I'm making it all up. So let me stretch my legs and tell you. Oh boy. Okay. And this is what I meant when I said there's lots of stories and I want it to be authentic and honest, and that's what it is. So two points. Yes, the first one, being in the Wheel of Life, I complete one circle, and as I like to put it, as one cycle completes, the heavens above blessed me with another cycle, which was the news that my wife had fallen pregnant. And that didn't scare me. I was excited because I suppose that's how destiny works, is that as you are doing one thing, it will lead to the next thing, but you don't know what that thing is just yet. So I felt like it was perfect timing. I was on all the news channels. I was on ITV, BBC, etc. So I was like, babe, let's just move back to London, and off the back of this tour, let's open a temple. Let's do it. Like I was excited. I wasn't scared. It almost gave me meaning. And in that process, 2 points, there's many more points, but 2 points to touch on what you just asked. One, did I not feel like that? No, I was that. So this is magic. A young boy called Victor Glorax, who's no longer living in England. He's Polish, as you can tell by the name. And Victor spelt with a W, Victor. He saw me in the show, came backstage, met me. At the time we moved back, as I said, to Cheshunt. I was not, that's a lie. At the time we did not move back to Cheshunt. I was on tour. My parents still lived in Turnford down the road. So of course, being back in England, naturally, I would visit them whilst I was on tour in London. This little boy came to see me in the Hackney Empire, came backstage, and coincidentally, he lives in Waltham Cross, which is 5 minutes away. I find a house to live, and I'm looking to live near my family. My house ends up in Waltham Cross. Next minute, we exchange numbers. I could show you one day where he lived. He lived across the street and over a wall where the train station is. So he would literally, from that point, just again, like fate, he started to train with me every single day. I was broke. Moved to England. I didn't have loads of money. The first thing I had in my living room was nothing. So do you know what my living room was? It was a training area for this young boy. And every day after school, he would come, climb over the wall, and we would train. And I started to teach him all these different techniques. And again, I have videos, of this little boy started to do the iron stomach, where he would do the bowl suction. He started to do front flips, started to teach him handsprings. I've got videos where he was crying. Then I've got videos where he suddenly turns into like a superhero, he's like, and he's trying to flip. I've got his whole journey, and that journey is one of a master and disciple, like the knowledge being passed on through Kung Fu, through hard work and dedication. So yeah, that's a real story. And he came to be the kid that did the finger handstand. There's a video of him on YouTube doing pinky push-ups. These are things that I can't do, that no one can do. Doing backflips on his head on concrete. Crazy dude. And I've got all the videos of his journey. The second one that I would like just to put out there, because it's just so interesting. And before I say it, I'll say the little joke that Bruce Lee said, which was he answered a question by saying, well, let me tell you a joke, if you like. He says, if you ask me if I'm good and I say yes, you'll say I'm boasting. But if you ask me if I'm good and I say no, then you know I'm lying. So there's no real way to address ego in this sense. I know I'm good. If I say it, then I'm boasting. If I say no, then you know I'm lying. I grew up in Camden. Me and you go to the courts, I want to win. I have no problem with friendly competitive development. I feel that that's a huge part of inspiration and motivation. And that's what I found most recently with the gym, understanding the statistics of a man of my stature, 80 kg, 180 centimeters, how much should you be able to bench? Woo, if I can bench this much, I become elite. I'm not a master by my self-proclaimedness, but instead by the statistic of society. And I love that. One of the happiest moments for me was, because you used your finger and you pointed out and said when you looked out, is that there are many people that we spoke a little bit about religion earlier. And I believe like the devil is not a person. The devil for me are the sins. Laziness, jealousy, envy, resentment. That's the devil entering your body. And boy, let me tell you, there is a lot of resentment for what I've achieved. Another thing I didn't mention is just before the Wheel of Life tour, there was a very famous magazine called Combat. Did you ever read Combat magazine? Martial art. It was the Europe's biggest magazine. I was on the front page at 18 years old. Man, that's a huge achievement. You know, it's like being on Men's Health at 18. Like, it's like, boom. There was a lot of resentment. People not wanting to believe I'm real. I'm not Shaolin. He's not from Shaolin. He can't speak Chinese. Like, a lot of gossip. And we're in a world with no Instagram back then. So you couldn't really fact check so easily. You know, I just wasn't around. Was I in China? Oh, who knows, you know? A lot of these individuals, almost every single night that I performed, were coming to see the show, not knowing that I was in the show. So for me, yeah, it puts a smile on my face, because can you imagine, especially not just for group elements, but solo. So I did the finger handstand. I also did the metal. I did the 3-section staff. I did the tiger. Those were my solo pieces. Then there's, of course, group elements. There's like some sword and shield, group stick, Badron Jin. There's some group elements. But my solo pieces, coming out on that stage, walking and then turning to the front, and being able to see the faces of some individuals who resent me, but had no idea I was in the show, who had actually paid money to come and see me perform on stage, kind of just gave me that recognition that, not that I was looking for from them or anyone else, but when, for me personally, I was able to reach a level where even the people who hate on me would pay to come and see me, because there's no other option, because I was in the show that they wanted to see. That was the recognition that I knew that I already had, but it was just nice to actually experience it, you know? So it's like they say, the hater goes, like you know, nowadays with the Instagram, they don't follow you, but they're watching you in your story, you know. But like, and that's what haters do. They trip up where they pretend they don't know what you're doing in life, but they're following your every move. But how can you actually materialize that into something real? You can't. You know, it's just gossip. But actually being on stage and having people who don't like me to pay to come and see me, I felt like, yeah, you know, you know that I've reached this level. You might not say it, and that's okay. Because again, I feel that you said earlier about judgment and discrimination. I'm discriminated against from a lot of the foreign people as well. You know, like the people who are training with these masters don't like me or don't understand me. But I just find it so strange because actually I am, it's going to sound a little bit, I don't know what it's going to sound like, but I am their dream, right? If you're training with this dude and your dream is to, train with the Shaolin master, go to the Shaolin temple, be in the biggest Kung Fu show, open a temple, well, guess what I did? I did all of those things. So why on earth wouldn't you like me? It's because you're just another basement Bob. You know, you're an armchair warrior, just, you know, I want to go CT and start swearing out here. But you're literally just an armchair warrior sitting at home, nothing better to do than just drop negative comments. And it's like, bro, grow the cup. And if you want to get strong, do some push-ups, right? You want to learn a backflip? Buy some mattresses and, you know, just work on it. Like, it's like I said, it all makes sense. It's so easy. So people, was it hard? Not ever. I've been asked 1,000,000 times, check all my interviews from way back when I was young. So was it hard? No. I never had a hard day in my life. Even when I've been injured, I broke my leg, there's a couple hiccups in my life. Those were challenges that I overcame, you know? And in that sense, if it doesn't kill you, it only makes you stronger. And like Tupac said, with every dark night, there's a bright day. So I don't ever let negativity in any form, shape or manner infiltrate my mind. I'm constantly focused on my vision. I remember mentioning to you in our earlier stages that, you know, something that has stayed with me and still stays with me was on my birthday. I was about 4 years old and the candles were in the cake and they brought the cake out. And everyone said, okay, you close your eyes, make a wish, make a wish. And my great granddad, the same guy who would take me on these adventures, came up to me and whispered in my ear and said, don't wish for it. Close your eyes, visualize. And from that moment, that's what I do. Every birthday, I've never made a wish. I don't wish for things. I hear people all the time come up to me in the gym. I'll be doing a handstand on the dip bars. Oh, mate, I wish I could do that. Bro, what do you mean? You wish? If you want to do it, you don't need to be great to start. You need to start to be great. Get to it today. Go up against the wall, do a handstand. I can give you a few tips here and now, which if you take in the next few months, you could be doing this. You don't need to wish for it. You know, people often, there was one quote I did say when I was a kid. This just came, I haven't used this for ages. It was something along the lines of, don't dream, instead do. And the idea is, if you dream like a wish, you're taking your ideas and you're putting them in the sky. You're basically telling people that it's unattainable. Oh, my dream is to, you know, maybe move to China. And you're basically expressing it as if it's an impossibility. Whereas instead, and I don't know who, not me today, but we've all seen, heard and know and wear Nike. It's been staring us right there from the very beginning. Just do it. Nothing more to it. Just do it. Easy. Ain't never been hard.
No, I think you're right. There's a that scene in the film, I can't remember what the film's called, about a boxer, and it's what's the biggest lie you've ever been told?
Yeah. Well, I've heard that on the on Instagram because they use it. What's the biggest lie you've been told? Which and then it goes on to list out the things that exactly, and it's all a lie. Because it's all possible. It's all possible. And that's exactly my story, you know. And that's why you see, and you're rolling anyway. So I really don't care. Like when I met Heng Yi in China, when I meet individuals, I'm looking for growth in myself and them. I have no problem with learning or helping others learn. And man, Heng Yi, 41 years old now, has a huge potential, but so does anyone who has the skill of an NBA player. But first they need to start really playing. You know, like the first thing you need to do is just go out to China and live. You know, you can't talk about it unless you've been about it. And I find that it's so strange that that's the dynamic of the world we live in, you know? And yeah, I'll name people all day, and I would love for them to name me and for us to have a debate. I don't get some of these young masters who came to England at 19, 20 years old and they're masters. Like, when did they become masters? At 14? What, before they even had growth spurt? Like, come on, like that's, your story does not mathematically make sense. You know, like it has to make sense. If it doesn't, then something's gone wrong, you know, and that is what the industry of Shaolin is full of. And that stops potential. I think that stops potential. It doesn't allow for someone to grow. And this word master definitely doesn't, you know. I know a lot of these dudes, and I think if they continued on their journey of growth, man, they'll be the next Jackie Chan. But they opt for the easy option, you know, throw on a robe, keep your head shaved, and shifu. And that's it. Yeah. You know, and remember, these names, right?
Yeah.
Aren't even real.
Yeah. No,
like they're not names.
I see it.
Yeah, it's not on their passport.
I have to back Heng Yi up though. Like I think he is definitely on a journey of growth. Like
No, I'm not saying he's not on a journey of growth. What I'm saying is that I feel that someone like him, who's an outsider, who's dedicated his life to this art, man, he I don't know why he doesn't speak Chinese. Do you know how much more powerful he would be if he just spent a few years in China, in the Shaolin Temple, learning? Like, I don't get it. So I only spoke to him briefly in China. And then when I went to Germany, he invited me to his temple for their celebration. He wasn't there. But like I said, these are questions, I would say. Yeah. I would say, like just like you might say, well, why you ain't done a movie for, bro? And I say, well, no, I just did. I just was working with Louis Fan in China. He's one of my biggest inspirations as a kid. I'm doing movie stuff all the time. So sometimes, like, that's all it takes. Yeah. Is for someone to say, why not? And I'll tell you why not. Because some of the individuals that you can get caught up in within the industry, if they're not doing it right, and you're just following their lead because they're older than you, you're going to get caught up in the same mix. Yeah,
misguided. Yeah.
You're going to get misguided.
Yeah.
You know, again, another character that I love CT. You know who I love on Instagram? I love 50 Cent, just telling people how it is, just having jokes on his Instagram. Yeah. He's not scared of no one. Yeah. I'm not scared of no one. Like, it's just talk. Like, I'm just saying how I see it. Yeah. And if you disagree, say it back. Say, no, you're wrong there, because actually, boom, boom, boom. And it's all good. Yeah. And that's what I want to do with my story, is it's just a puzzle of time, a timeline, and it's just my experience. And it can definitely inspire people.
100%. And I love that, because I think at the moment on social media, there's this idea to try and apply to everybody and try to appeal to everybody. And you can't do that. And 50 Cent's another big inspiration of mine. I don't know if you've read the book, Robert Greene, 50th Law. It's have you heard the 48 Laws of Power? Yeah. So it's a take on that, but it follows 50 Cent's life story, and it's the same author, but it like puts a lot of the street teachings and applies them to those laws. It's really, really good and
fascinating.
It is really good. And again, it's like similar to the way you talk about some of these philosophies and teachings. Is like it's breaking it down to just simple, obvious, analogies and like on this from and showing it from a street perspective.
Well, that's the simple analogies. That's the quote from Confucius, which is, life is simple. We insist on complicating it. You know, that's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, the way you speak about Shaolin to basketball is,
it makes it,
it's complete, it's parallel. It really is like, it's just a different art form or different skill.
Well, exactly. So that's what I mean with my experience. I was able to take some of the things that I learned previously and use them and apply them to Kung Fu to allow me to excel. And now I can just put it back to front and say, look, Kung Fu is like this. And then it makes so much sense.
I think it's not a nice way as well, because I think Kung Fu can be intimidating. All the other stuff around it can make it more intimidating. I probably stop participation in some way as well, because some people don't want to do all the other stuff or don't know if they can do the other stuff.
Well, exactly. Yeah. It creates a divide, which is not the objective. You know, Kung Fu is just a philosophy. You notice how, and throughout the interview, aside from talking about Shaolin and the Shaolin monastery and the fact that I went there and the Shaolin wheel of life, I don't use often the word Shaolin. So I use Kung Fu because Shaolin is a label of a temple. It's a name, a style. Kung Fu is a concept. Kung Fu is a philosophy. And it's important to distinguish the two. Again, I mean, Bruce Lee's known for doing Wing Chun, but he's more famous from his interviews Chinese boxing. What is Chinese boxing? Does that entail every single system of Kung Fu? Of course, not possible. He died at 32. Jackie Chan, probably the most famous living legend of Kung Fu, right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
What Kung Fu does he do? Do you know?
No, I don't have a clue.
No clue. Yeah. Because it's just Kung Fu. It's not limited to Shaolin Kung Fu or Honggar Kung Fu or Wing Chun Kung Fu or Southern Kung Fu. It's Kung Fu. And what we look at is how great he is from every aspect. We don't, but can he fight? Is that what you would ask Jackie if you had an interview with him? No, right? Like there's way more to it than learning to fight. And I maybe we leave it there and we say, like Bruce Lee said, my style. You know the scene from Enter the Dragon. You need to go watch it because these things play in my head. It's like, the guy says to him, what's your style? And he says, my style? You could call it fighting without fighting. And the guy goes, show me some of it. And he goes, right here. And he says, where? And then Bruce says, that island. We could take this boat. And the guy jumps on the boat, he lets him out with the ropes, and then he just leaves him there. You know, he gives the rope to the kids who are on the boat and he's just stuck trying to pull himself in. And then Bruce says, don't try to pull yourself in or I let go of the line. And it's just those ideas that even from then I would watch those things and think, yeah, this ain't about fighting. This is about a game of chess. This is outplaying your opponent, you know, understanding that the idea of a powerful punch is the last resort. You know, that's not really what you need. It's a strong mind that leads to a strong body.
We're going to continue to talk about this. Yeah. So to keep you on track, just moving through the last story. So you've come back to London at this point.
Yeah.
You've opened the temple. Yeah. Where did it go from there?
Where do we go from there? So actually, 2009, a big year for me. Marriage first. So I say my wife, but no, we was not married until we came to England. In China, as a male, you have to be 22 to get married. That's the law. We got married in 2009. We began a Kung Fu club in the local leisure center. The birth of our son, April 27th, and his name is Xiao Tian, which translates more as Tian Jr., remembering that my first student and my brother-in-law is Tian Si. So it's like Tian Jr. That's where his name comes from. And then as we approach November, and Bruce Lee's birthday, the temple was actually born. So it took 9 months to get from opening at leisure center to actually having this place.
So quick.
And well, within that, we did Britain's Got Talent. So we did Britain's Got Talent after 3 months, made it through to the live shows and through to the final. That was along with Victor, the kid I spoke about, and some of my other students at the time. Most of over 15 years ago, most have left. Most have moved on for different reasons. But yeah, 2009 was quite substantial in that sense. That's the order it goes: marriage, the birth of my son, and the birth of the temple. So we're coming up to the temple's 15th birthday next month. And so what now? Now, and this is a very interesting one for me. And I go through ups and downs. A good measurement tool of my ups and downs would be, my weight. I don't want to sound egotistical, but if I take my top off now, I feel overweight. I feel fat in that sense, like on my stomach. So I go through periods of very intense training where I'm able to maintain for months and months at a time, maybe even sometimes years. And I'm in tip-top shape every single day. Then there's times where I travel a lot and I do a lot of performing, a lot of TV shows. And what happens is 2 things. One, not my diet goes out the window, but my strict regime of diet doesn't stay. So I'm eating out of hours. I'm eating whatever that accommodates the TV show or whatever performance I'm doing, which isn't always handy if you've been on TV sets and things. Second is my training. I spend a lot of time training. Yeah, so people don't believe me again. So one day you can come and do the follow along day or week, however long you want to do it. I spend at least 4 to 8 hours training. So that includes many things. It includes waking up, cycling at home. It includes going to the gym for an hour on the cardio machine, that's where I do my editing. Then it includes like a gym session. Then it includes a session here. And in the evening, I like to get an hour walking. If it's raining, I'll go back to the cardio machine. For me, again, it's just so easy. I can just do all my editing, all my content, which I do mainly on my phone. You saw I've got a Mac and I'm pretty savvy with that side of things as well. But literally just the power of CapCut. Everything you see on Instagram is just done through my phone. Shooting, content creation, it's just all there. So it's very accessible. For me, that's life. Apart from the ups and downs, and the biggest ups and downs are just weight fluctuation. So anything between, 78 kg being my peak to going up to like 88 kg, where it's like, oh my days, I've done a whole month without training and just been shooting content and eating out and whatnot. That's the worst part of my life for me. That's the struggle, is maintaining that constant balance. But outside of that, I'm just content. I'm very happy. I have deep conversation with my mom often about meaning and purpose and the future. Right now, the way I see things is I'm done. I'm 36 years old and I'm just happy to literally just live out the rest of my life following this process. Some people get it twisted. I don't own this temple. And they say, what if you lose your temple? That's just a little challenge for me. The temple doesn't make me. I made this temple and I can do it again. I could do it anywhere. And by all means, this area, I'm in my own bubble. So Cheshunt wouldn't be the best place to choose to live. You come to London and say, where are you going to live? I'm going to live on the outskirts in Cheshunt. But for me, it's not. I don't live in Cheshunt. I'm here at the temple. I'm at Monster Gym. And then we've got Lee Valley. Everything puzzles together perfectly for my training. So my whole life revolves around that. And of course, my son plays a big part. He did his first backflip when he was 1 year old. He's been training in shows since he was 2, doing the neck hanging. Now he's progressed onto things like finger handstands. He's got Guinness World Records. So a lot of what we do is based around his and mine relationship. And the relationship we have due to Kung Fu in the temple is very unique, and the bond is very strong compared to others. Again, not in a competitive manner, but just from seeing how other people might struggle or differences. We're able to, he's 15 and he's been to over 15 countries, and pretty much all of them is to do some sort of TV show or performance that we do. He loves it, I love it. And again, people ask, but what if he doesn't want to do Kung Fu? And they get it twisted. Like, well, what is Kung Fu? For me, Kung Fu is basketball. Kung Fu is going to the gym and working out. Kung Fu is creating content that's engaging and fun. And some people might not think it's Kung Fu. It's push-ups, it's muscle-ups, it's pull-ups, it's whatever it is. That's what we do. Will he ever get bored of that? No. If he's bored of that, he's bored of living. Because these are the fundamentals. Of course, when he goes into something that he wants to do for his life, maybe has a career path, I'm pretty confident he'll want to continue to play ball. He'll probably want to go gym. He'll want to do, and all of those things are Kung Fu. So I just think there's a misunderstanding. People might think, they're in the temple every day doing the basic forms, meditating. No, we don't do that. We're training, we're athletes. So yeah, I'm happy. Literally, I'm just happy living out the rest of my life following this process. I feel, maybe not for everyone, but I feel I've figured out my meaning, my purpose, and it feels good until one day if it doesn't, and then I'll change. But to date, it's felt good for a pretty long time. Happy with my diet, happy with my training, happy with my income, happy with my experiences. And then, of course, with my wife, she travels a lot as well. We have a lot of freedom around each other. Right now, she's in China, and she's actually coming back when I go to Thailand to film this TV show. And we've got a great bond together. We're in 2 different places. There's no resentment from either side, but she knows that I know that I love what I do, and I can just do this all day, Like if you say, let's go hit gym or let's go do some back tucks, like boom, let's roll with it. Like I'm down. I love what I do. She is still searching. So she's been in and out of education. She got herself her master's while she's been here. She had a fantastic job at a private Chinese members club in central London called Les Ambassadeurs, which was like a high-end casino club where she did great. She was the BDM there. Great experience, great network. She's Chinese, obviously, so we do a lot of work with the Chinese community and politicians, which she's kind of worked her way into with her roles, which is fantastic for us. Right now, she's on a dance camp. She's exploring some dance out in China. She's looking to go back into education and change career paths. So she's still looking for something that gives her that same sense of achievement. And we're happy to be on this journey together, and I feel we complement each other in that sense. And I hope that she finds what she loves, or if she doesn't, I'm sure she'll continue until the end of time to strive to find that. And I think that's what she enjoys, is just the process of looking for something. She's actually enjoying it, And T, as he grows older, it's competition. That's all it is right now. I mean, he's young and that's what it is. He wants to bench more than me. We go to the courts. Sometimes he can beat me on the courts. I teach him drawing. Obviously, childhood is childhood. But I mean, my birthday gift last year was a signed book from Jackie Chan. And I believe it's called Don't Grow Up. I was about to give the quote from Peter Pan, which is, don't grow up. Don't grow up. Like, that's what I want to kind of tell T, that's what Hook, if you've seen Hook, the original Peter Pan movie with Robin Williams, that's what it's about. He grows up and he's forgotten who he is. He's no longer Peter Pan. He can't fly. He can't do any of the cool stuff. So we've watched that movie many a time. And I tell T, look, don't grow up. I don't mean don't age, just don't grow up. Don't lose this incredible ability just to come play basketball with me and, to hit the gym and to do these Guinness World Records. Like, that's what Kung Fu for me as a father is to give to him, which is endless possibility to do with this life whatever you want. one day he will turn into a man, and of course he'll not have to in terms of he'll be kicked out, but I'm sure he'll move out of my house and he'll have to find his own way. And I feel that that's the beauty of life. But like with me, and perhaps with my mom, I have that mentor, and I hope that I'm the mentor for him to continue that journey, giving it some balance with what I said earlier. People wanting to be the shifu but not having the shifu. Do they actually know the way? I don't think I know the way for everyone, but I definitely know the way for me, and it's feeling pretty good. And I feel I can pass that knowledge on to T, and I'm very confident. I have no doubt that he will be a fantastic individual and experience life at its most powerful perspective, you know? So yeah, that's what I want to do. I definitely want to turn into this guy and mix it with CT. And I believe that in my future interviews, you'll see a change, but I believe that's the time.
Yeah.
That's time, patience and consistency. I'm not ready for that. I don't think the people are ready for that. And yeah, I'm just enjoying the journey. That's what it is, you know, like Bruce Lee said, enjoying the journey, baby. That's what you can do.
Do you know what's refreshing? I think, you know, I've done hundreds of interviews. I don't think anyone's ever said that they're content, which is it really like, I think everyone's, you know, a lot of people have spoke about striving for that contentment, but I don't think anyone's ever said that before.
Well, thank you. No. Well, that's how I feel.
And I completely agree with the being playful and playing, like, that's everything that we do. Like this to me is so fun. Like I enjoy exactly what I do. And I think that's when people say, you know, that quote of once you find your purpose, you never work a day in your life.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think it's if you enjoy it and it's fun to you and you're playing with it, then yeah, it's like the best life.
That's what I mean when I say, is it the easy option? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
The easy option is to live the life of your dreams. Then it's easy. You know, it only becomes hard when you're doing something that you don't want to do, which is in the very beginning when I spoke about school, that's what it was. But that's how I expressed it, you know, and I feel that that's something important that individuals, young and old, really need to learn how to, I mean, it ties into Bruce Lee again, honestly expressing yourself through words, through movement. You have to express yourself because people can get it twisted. And for any young viewers, I don't want you at 16 to leave school. That's not the right way. That wasn't the right way for me. I left school because I had something bigger and better to do, not just because I didn't want to go to school. And some people get it twisted and they think, oh yeah, I'll just drop school. He dropped school and it worked out for him. No, it didn't work out for me. I painted the picture that I live in. And that is what we can all do. We all have the potential, but it's how we approach it, you know, and that's very important. Very important. You know, there's no luck involved. It's not hard work. It's like what you just said. You love what you do and you do what you love, you know, and it doesn't get, I think life is to be experienced. It doesn't, and I do know this, and I think this is important as well for me to express, whether it makes it into the interview or how it makes it, is that I do understand from my experience in China and from news and media that there are places around the world that don't have this luxury and are struggling with food and clean water, etc., etc. That's not my life. You know, that's not my life. The life I have is, in that sense, you could say I'm fortunate, or however you would like to describe it. I didn't ask to be put here. You know, I was put here and now it's my duty to live. For the others experiencing a more negative life, I don't necessarily feel sorry for them in terms of every day I'm crying for them. It's sad and unfortunate, and it's a part of the world developing. It's not my responsibility, you know. So when I'm talking the way I talk and I'm very passionate, I say life is easy, I believe that. But of course, I can also accept that I've grown up in a particular environment that allows me to manifest that. And some other people might not, you know, and that's important. You know, that is important because that's the challenge of life for some individuals, you know, and it's important to acknowledge that still exists, you know.
Yeah, I think it, and it does still exist in the UK as well. And I think if somebody's maybe resonating with that, what you said there, I think still try and find space for something that's fun, enjoyable.
Oh, no, without a doubt.
You can still, you can't.
Well, you can never give up.
Yeah.
You can never give up. And ultimately, I was talking more about places like third world countries.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I got that.
Yeah, of course. Like for the people, that's the challenging part. For the people that feel like they've got no hope, that's a mindset. You know, that's a mindset. And I fully believe that if you are living in the UK, regardless of your circumstance, you have the opportunity to become great. And you just need to find it. I believe that anywhere in the world, anyone could remove themselves from one circumstance to the next. But that, my friend, is what you call a transformative journey. And to go on a transformative journey after you're an adult is near impossible. Remember, we spend our whole childhood turning into the person we're gonna be. It takes 18 to 20 years. So unless you're ready to spend another 18 to 20 years whilst trying to live and survive and eat and work, it's gonna be almost impossible. So you have to remember that. I mean, you said about losing weight and you was this big and that. Losing weight is similar. You know, you could be overweight and you could come gym with me every day and eat what probably won't work for you. You know, it'll be very slow, but in order to make huge change is required. And that is very hard, which is why I never want to be so overweight, because I know that I've seen people and they are out there on the treadmill every day. They're not eating.
Well, it's tough, man. Getting back's harder.
And that's where it used to be a Nike t-shirt. If you think winning is hard, try losing. You know, once you lose, man, that feeling, painful. You know, painful. Like the training is never hard. You lose. Doesn't matter if it's on the court. Doesn't matter if it's with your weight. Getting back. It's one heck of a journey, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I've said that before on here, but yeah, it's so true.
So true. That's what I suggest, is that, you know, you use your childhood as best as possible. But it's hard to tell children that, because in the process, they don't fully understand life just yet, you know, because they've got no responsibility, they don't have to think about money, etc. But then normally what happens is people have the regret. Oh, I wish I stayed at school. Oh, I wish I did better in school. Oh, if I could go back, I would do this. And it's like, I know it sounds egotistical, which is not nice, but if you ask me anything about my life, I promise you right now, there's no regrets. Like literally, I'm not. That's why when I laugh and I say you're going to think I'm lying, but that's the truth. There's nothing substantial that I would change. Of course, there's small errors. Like I said, I've gained weight. There's times where I just can't be bothered and I'll eat chocolate. I'll just overindulge. I'll eat one bag, another bag. Oh, we're watching a movie. Okay, let's go. Yeah, those are little regrets. Like the next day, oh mate, why did I eat that? I could have just, you know, I could have went without that cookie. It wouldn't have been so much of an issue, but now I'm gonna have to, you know, work double as hard the next day. But I suppose those little bumps, we learn from them, you know, and I don't know the saying, but you should find it. It's to do with, it's an extension of the simple idea that without the rain, we don't love the sun. Without sadness, we don't appreciate happiness, etc. So we need that to make us human, you know, to know that we're alive, especially going into the era of AI and robots and things like that. Like, we are not them. We are living human tissue that gets to experience life, you know? So if I could say one thing to leave with the viewers, it would be, through the opportunity of living that you have been given, make sure you experience it to the best of your ability.
That's a perfect note to end on. I love that. I mean, I always ask this, if somebody's listened to this conversation and they've got something from it, where would you direct them towards your work, where they can find more?
If someone's interested in to learn more about me, the best place is my Instagram. I am Matt Jane. There you'll see daily content, etc. I will say it's very challenging to get hold of me personally. I don't give a lot of time outside of my life to others because I don't like to get distracted. And I know that can knock some people because they'll spend a lot of time trying to get in contact with me. There's nothing that I have that I can give anyone. Everything that you feel you need to ask me, if there's any questions, the answers are already there. You just need to look. You just need to look. And that might be watching a video of mine, might be studying some of the bits and pieces that I've got. And that's about it. You know, there's nothing I can physically give you. So if you're waiting to get in contact with me and you can't, don't use that as an excuse. There are no excuses, only adjustments. You know, get to work.
I feel like that was one of them Shifu moments. That like the quote, man, it's there. The answer's already there.
Well,
I advise people to go check it out anyway.
You're saying it on camera, but like what I hope is that, like, not self-proclaimed, it's not necessary, but in the process of my journey, I want my actions to speak louder than my words. And I would very much appreciate if anyone wanted to say something like that. Oh, that would, he's not a master, but that was very Shifu-like, you know, and that's what I kind of want to leave behind. You know, I want to be the embodiment of what you would call a master. I don't want to be a master.
Yeah.
I want to be the embodiment.
I love that. If anyone wants to find out more, the links are all down below.
Boom,
Thank you so
shakalaka.
much, man.
No problem.
That would be incredible.